Good morning, everybody. Mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers, and sisters, fresh faces, and racing aces. Welcome back to the ROTAX MAX Latvia Challenge. Easy for someone else to say. Round number 6 here at the Madona circuit. What a circuit it is! Absolutely amazing. Just over a kilometre long, 16 turns. Someone having a whale of a time out there on their motorbike. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Weather is absolutely glorious here in Latvia. My name is Chris Buxton. I'll be bringing you the commentary for today's festivities. I sadly am not trackside. I am back in the UK where the weather is not so clement. So what have we got lined up for today? Well, those unfamiliar with the format of this championship series, we had qualifying and the first heat race yesterday for our competitors. And today it is the second heat, the pre-finals, and then the finals race. So 3 races for every single category. There are 7 categories ready to do battle on this twisty 16-turn kilometre-long circuit. First up is one of our smaller categories, the Micromax and the Amateur Micromax class, of which championship-wise Carlos Benson's is still in a comparatively commanding lead, although that lead has diminished a little since last time out. So they were at Jelgava last time out, last week, and that did not go well for the championship leader, only scoring single-digit points in the pre-final and the heats, scoring fairly well in the finals race at the end of the day, but the race wins going elsewhere. So still has a 40-point lead in the championship over Emilius Iozaitis, who is fending off the advances of Remigius Klausionis, 162 to Emilius and 160 points to Remigius. So 7 cars will be taking to the track for this particular race. And it is Carlos Benson's, I believe, that has got the pole time. You can see, just for those watching the stream, you can just see the youngsters in the holding area at the very top of the screen. And this circuit has a lot of twists and turns, not a huge amount of straight lines. So this is less about slipstreaming and what have you, but conservation of momentum through corners and what have you. Lovely to see families and supporters up in the stands. Lovely to see you all here and enjoying this wonderful weather that you have got trackside. I'm not jealous whatsoever of the beautiful weather that you lovely people have trackside. So we're getting underway very, very shortly. As we said, Carlos Benson's has that championship lead, can afford to lose a few points, but you never want to be giving points away to your competitors. Although in the position he's in, doesn't necessarily need to fight for every single win, doesn't need to score every single point. So he has that advantage to him. But we'll see how the Micromax contingent take to the circuit. We're just waiting for the youngsters to be released. We will go through the grid for our first race of the day. Thank you, as always, to the marshals, whether the flag marshal, scrutineering, start line. We really could not do what we love doing without them. A lot of them are volunteers. We're just waiting for the signal to be given. The track is clear and all necessary safety inspections have been completed. And then the Micromax, as they tend to do, they always start the day's racing. And now the 30-second board has been held aloft, so that is the cue to the youngsters to get engines running, and also for everybody to get into position, get into character, ready for the day's racing. See those watching on stream, they are itching to get going, the Micromax contingent. Away they go. So lots of weaving, lots and lots and lots of weaving. So then, starting grid for this first race, it's actually Remigius Krasionis that has the front row, along with Emilius Iozaitis, Dominic Leb, and Carlos Bensons on row 2. So the championship leader qualifying in 3rd this time around, with Martins Lapins, Jakubas Iozaitis, and bringing up the bottom of the field is Rodrigo Tarrants. So 7 cars taking to the field this time. Six minutes then for the first heat. So they're coming through the final turns then. It's two rolling laps, so we are not racing just yet. So it's 2 rolling laps for every single contingent. It's a rolling start as well. They have got to form the 2x2 lines, and it has to be formed to the satisfaction of the starting marshal. There's no good just running off into the distance, as eager as they no doubt are to see Remigius Krasionis almost nudging the back of Emilius Iozaitis, and just overtaking him as well on the on the start lap. It's not going to help you, but statement of intent, you could argue. Here we go then. 2x2 line has been formed. That is just by turn 11, the last of the hairpin turns. And this feels agonizingly painful as well. You're so used to going absolutely flat out. You practice your racing lines, your braking points, etc. This just feels so painfully slow. Through the final few turns now. Oops. Yes, Krasionis bounces up onto the curbs. So as they come through the final turn, they'll get into the 2x2 lines. They'll start to floor it. Is the starting marshal happy? Yes, he is. We are racing here in Madona for the first time. So, who has done well from the start? Well, Emilius Iozaitis has hung on to the lead from Remigius Krasionis for the first few turns. Already a bit of a gap forming between 2nd and 3rd. Carlos Bensons has jumped up into 3rd position, getting a good start. He's jumped up ahead of Dominic Lep. Dominic, the Estonian driver for AIX Racing Team. Working their way through, just getting into their rhythm. Of course, they can't really just let the lap counts go, as we've now got side-by-side for the lead. Iozaitis and Krasionis. And that's an overtake for Remigius Krasionis. Nicely done, coming out of turn 11. Got the side-by-side, and Emilius Iozaitis knew that one was done, and he's got to pick his time. Then look how close he is, nearly pushing the number 99 card along. Now the tower is up, less than a tenth, or less than a cart length, less than a bumper width between the front two as they came over the line. Benson's 3rd, Lep 4th, Lapin's 5th, Iozaitis in 6th, Aaron's in 7th. Not a lot between any of them at the moment. The biggest gap is actually 2nd to 3rd, it looks like. So that's Carlos Bensons, who is closing in on the top 2. Didn't qualifying, not going quite so well for the championship leader, but again, it doesn't need to take any risks. He's got that championship lead, just needs to bring home enough points to secure the championship. Krasionis and Iozaitis, your top 2. Benson's 3rd. Come over the line to complete another lap. Then a 3-way fight for 4th between Dominic Lep, Martins Lapins, and Jakubas Iozaitis. They work their way through the bend once again. Rodrigo Tarrants not far behind either, but he is falling a little bit off the back of the group ahead of him. See Benson's now closing in on the top 2. It was about 7/10 of a second as they came over the line. And that's a side-by-side again. Emilius Iozaitis trying to put back onto Krasionis what was done to him 2 laps ago. Couldn't quite get the overlap, though. The number 17 car tried to get alongside. Couldn't do it, but that's allowing Carlos Bensons to close in ever so slightly further. Over the line once again. Nothing between the top 2. Carlos Bensons closing in another 1/10 of a second. And doesn't need to do anything, doesn't need to banzai the inside of anywhere, just needs consistent scoring through turns 5, 6, and 7. All the turns, pretty much all the turns are really rapid fire. They don't get an awful lot of rest. in any of the laps. It's probably the start-finish rate is as good as it gets. The quarters are absolutely relentless in this kilometre circuit. Down out of turn 11 towards turn 12 once again. Here's Itis still trying to find his opportunity, trying to pressure that mistake on Remigius Gracionis, and still pushing the number 99 kart through. Over the line, just over 2.5 minutes remain. 49-second lap there or thereabouts. 0.003 of a second difference between the best lap times. Oh, well, this is about pressure management and pressure application for our top two. Again, it was a good move from Remigius Gracionis to get the overtake done. Carlos Benson's has fallen a little bit off the back of the top two. For regular podiums at this point. One hand on the championship for the youngster. Doesn't need to do anything desperate or daft to secure it, but you always want to be pushing. You always want to be challenging. The line once again. Lappins and Yositis further back for 5th position are also right with one another. That's Martins, Lappins, and Jacobus Yositis. They're locked in a battle for 5th position. Duel for the lead continues. To be honest, just not putting a foot wrong, not giving any quarter to his pursuer. Into 13, 14, 15. Once again. Again, no matter what Emilius Zaitis does, just cannot get that overlap. You see the defensive posture that Remigius Gracionis went for very early in stating or going for the apex of turn 1. Just going for the racing line, but went very, very early. Just to keep Zaitis at bay. Less than a minute to go then of our very first race of the day. Remigius Gracionis for MRG Racing. Well, both of our top two are MRG Racing contenders. Turn 12. Just about beat the timer to go another lap. And again, you see Emilius Iositis just trying to wrong foot Gracionis coming up through turn 16. No dice at the moment. There's going to expire. Last one. Still, the number 17 car just in the tyre tracks of Remigius Gracionis. Carlos Benson's got a great ringside seat with the duel going on ahead of him. I'm sure he would like to be in it. At the moment, leaving the top two just to fight for themselves. Final lap coming up then. It's now or never, do or die, feast or famine. There's the final lap board being held out by the start line marshal, and there goes Yositis. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. He gets the great exit from the final turn. And I possibly caught Remigius Gracionis by surprise. A superb exit from the final turn for the 17 kart of Emilius Iositis. He's taken the lead, but can he hold it? It was turn 11 where he lost the lead before. Let's see. Does Gracionis have an answer? He's gone for that inside line into turn 11 again. They're side by side. There's a bit of a nudge, and Iositis has lost the lead in exactly the same place he lost it before. Here comes Carlos Bensons to make Emilius Iositis' day even worse. But through the final turns, here comes Carlos Benson's inside line, and the final turn can't get the overlap. Your winner for the first race. Look at that, not even a second between the top three. Remigius Gracionis takes the first win of the day. Emilius Iositis second, Carlos Benson's in third. My goodness me, superb racing from the Micromax contingent. Dominic Lepp comes home in fourth, Martins Lappins in fifth, Jacobus Iositis in sixth, with Rodrigo Taurins rounding out the field. Superb. Look at that. Half a second just over, separating the top three. And Martins Lapins and Jacobus Yazaitis were locked in that battle for 5th position pretty much all race long. Wonderful stuff. Well done to our youngsters. Right. We see on stream some highlights of the race we've just seen. Absolutely superb. Carlos Benson's wasted no time in getting up into 3rd. Wasn't really able to get alongside into the battle for the top 2. His itis tried and tried and tried. Then had this brilliant exit from the final turn. Possibly caught Remigius Grossionis by surprise. Got the overtake into turn 1, but then just left the door open that tiny bit into turn 11. Put the number 17 car onto the marbles. And that's the win for Remigius Grossionis. Okay, the next contingent is already in the holding area, ready to go. This is our mini max category. So each race, the karting category gets slightly more powerful. Also for the age range of the drivers. Going up through the ranks. 30-second board, engine starts, has been shown to the drivers. 6 karts in this event. As soon as they leave the holding area, you can see again they're very fidgety, really raring to get on with it. And off they go. All right, so the grid for the second heat for the Minimax. Klaus Hans takes the pole position alongside Rodrigo Kakis, Juris Pluxner and Dominic Dargis on row 2 with Marks Kononovs and Kiter Spike on row 3. These are 6 karts taking part in this race. There's less of them does not mean that the racing action is going to be any more diminished. So again, as is customary in this championship, it's 2 rolling laps just to make sure that tires are up to temperature. Lots of slightly ways as they come through turn 12. Top 2 are running off. Klaus Hans and Rodrigo Kakis clearly eager to get on with it. Somewhat what we saw in the Micromax as well. But once they get up to turn 11, is when they'll be told slow down and form the 2x2 line. Leaders coming through 9 and 10. Now, they should be told, as long as they have formed it before they get up to the final turn, all is well. And there they are. They are now forming the 2x2 lines. As they are in the correct formation as they come over the line, the starting marshal will then drop the green flag. If he's not satisfied, he will wave them around for another lap. Final turn, here they go. We are racing for the Minimax contingent. All very nervous moments there for the youngsters coming through the first few turns. Remained broadly where they started at the moment. Again, 6 minutes plus 1 lap for the Minimax. Kiter Spike just falling slightly off the back of the pack at the moment. Oh, that's a side-by-side there. The 163 car of Juris Pluxner lost that 3rd position, regained it coming through turn 11, has almost lost it again. The up and under from, I think it's Dominic Dargis. Yes, it is. The 119 car. Getting the position, losing the position, and getting it again. They come over the line. It is Klaus Hans from Rodrigo Kakis, your top 2. It is Pluxner from Dargis, Kononovs from Spike. Kiter Spike just slightly falling off the back of the pack at the moment. Klaus Hans with his The rearview mirror, they don't have them. But you're feeling the pressure from Rodrigo Kakis behind him. Finding gap, and then you've got 119 of Dominic Dargis and Marks Kononovs locked in their duel for 4th position, allowing Juris Glucksner to chase off after the top 2. Championship leader Trikas Josias is not present. Of our drivers present today is Rodrigo Kakis that leads the way championship wise, so able to close in a bit more on the championship leader. Well, certainly not present in this race, I should say, is Trikas Josias. Top 3, we need to bunch up now. Klaus Hans quite feeling the need to be defensive. He's giving himself a bit of breathing space from Rodrigo Kakis. Juris Glucksner biding his time a little bit. He hasn't got a lot of time to bide. This, of course, being the shortest races that our competitors will be enjoying. Each race that they go through will get longer as the day goes on. Glucksner now getting very close. Very much in the tyre tracks of Rodrigo Kakis now. But this puts Rodrigo Kakis in a bit more of a pressured position. Can't just look forwards. Can't just concentrate on what Klaus Hans is doing. You'll know full well that Glucksner is behind him. It's amazing how much you do here, despite the fact that your own engine is buzzing away. Your own racing instinct will know full well there is somebody behind you. Once more, Hans from Kakis from Glucksner. Half a second separating the top 3. Glucksner is really under the bumper now of Rodrigo Kakis. So very close, just putting the pressure on. Again, Kakis will know he's there. Klaus Hans will definitely want Juris Glucksner to get involved to get the pressure off his own tail. Dargis and Kononov still locked in their duel for 4th position. The final turns once again, just over 2 minutes remaining of this race. 4-ish laps to go. Back in to maximize the slipstreaming effect or reduce their own wind resistance. The field is this competitive, you maximize any advantage you potentially can. Less than 4 tenths between the top 3 as they come over the line. You can walk from one car to the other. Not that they would at this kind of speed, of course. They're not trying to make a move just yet, but it's all about pressure application at this point. The final turn for our top 3. Oh, there was a bit of a look there from Rodrigo Kakis. He went for that apex a little bit earlier. Klaus Hans did not commit to it. Gap between Glucksner and Dargis is now about 3.5 seconds. Dominic Dargis still has Marks Kononovs for company. 119 and 131 cars still in their duel for 4th. Course turn 12. Our lead 3. 30 seconds on the clock, so they will beat the flag this time. 3 laps to go. Oh, now that's interesting. Kakis actually let Glucksner through. Does Rodrigo Kakis have a problem? He actually gesticulated to Juris Glucksner to go through, still keeping pace. Elected to let the 163 kart through. feeling that discretion is the better part of valor, realizing that it's only going to slow him down. Oh, he's got a problem of some description. Looks like he's still keeping pace, though. Not going into the pits. Come across the line there, showed the final lap board. Slightly too far back from Clown's Hards to try and make a move. Kononovs has gotten ahead of Dominic Stargis. That was very deep there for Clown's hands, but no harm, no foul, remains in the lead. Eleven was certainly the favoured spot of Krasionis in the Micromax contingent, but it's not going to yield anything this time. They come across the line for their first race of the day. Klaus Hans takes the win from Joris Bluksnap, who inherited second. Rodrigo Kakas in third. Mark Kononovs takes fourth position from Dominic Stargis. Tried to spike a little bit further back. So at the tail of the field. A flawless performance then from the 169 kart of Klaus Hans. There it is, just over 3.5 tenths of a second. Klaus Hans from Joris Bluksnap. Rodrigo Kakas in third. Mark Kononovs in fourth. Dominic Dargis in fifth. Tighter Spike in sixth position. All right, our next contenders are our juniors. So on stream, we get to enjoy some race highlights. Top two will lock together. Just a great duel for Bluksnap early on, and then the top three staying somewhat processional for a little while. Second being inherited, or gifted, I should say. The juniors now up, already in the holding area. Once the instruction to start their engines is given, they are given 30 seconds before, or up to, I should say 30 seconds before they are then released from the holding area. There to warm-up laps. In the junior contingent, it is Tom Strella that leads the way, championship-wise. He starts on the front row. At least Dr. is nearest rival championship-wise, as they've now been given the 30-second board. Released, we will go through the grid for our third race of the day. So this is a 7-minute plus 1 lap race for all of our remaining races in our first block. Away they go. So then, grid for race number 3. Adrian Steons alongside Tom Strella on the front row. Then Timus Persia alongside Hans Marcus Rusk. Marcus Young alongside Martin Volks for row 3. Moises Chekovikius and Gabriel Moises for Fernando Pomre, and Christian Lappens take on the back row. 10 cars in this category. And again, the top two have run off from the rest of the group. Be a theme for warm-up laps today. In fairness, though, it doesn't do them any favours. They do form up when they should. 7 and 8. And whoop, bit of a bounce off the curve for Adrian Tions. More powerful machinery now. And forming up the 2x2 line. Run down towards turn 12. Tions from Strella leads the field. The back of the 2x2s is not properly formed. There we go. I think I've got it now. There we go. So now in the 2x2 lines, they floor it. Is the starting marshal happy? Yes, he is. We are away with the juniors. Oh, there's a bit of a touch between Tions and Strella. Oh, and that's off. That's one of our carts has gone off the road. That went for a wander. I think it was Adrian Tions. But has managed to rejoin the circuit, but now with all the work in the world to do. So Tom Strella leads the way, and that's a move for second. Oh my goodness, the ultimate marble then for and Marcus Narusk. Has managed to hold on to that third position just about. Big four-way group for third. Wow. Well, a lively start this time for our juniors. Strella on the Tillet. Sorry. And Narusk puts up 3. Oh, that is very close between Narusk and Marcus Jauk, I think that is. Oh, bit of a nudge there from Martins Volts on the back of Marcus Jauk. Tom Strella has got into a bit of a gap, but then you've got this big group, second down to 7th, no, 8th, beg your pardon. It wasn't the Adrian Tions that went for a bit of a grassy excursion on the opening lap. Our pole sitter. Very, very unfortunate. It's going to be very, very hard to make up any significant ground in such a short race. Strella with 1.2 seconds breathing space from Tinas Peresia. And who in turn has some breathing space from Hans Marcus Narusk, who doesn't have any kind of breathing space whatsoever, and the absolute army of carts right behind him. That is third. Number 8. Adrian Tions, I think, has actually caught the back of this. Everybody except for Christoph Leapins that has fallen a bit off the back of it, and there's a bit of a move there going on. I think there was Penray on Oidis. Good move. Good exit from the final turn. And position gain before they come down into first turn. Adrian Tions has actually caught the back of this group, but how far through it can he get? Third in the championship. Next championship rival, at least Stockholm, not in this race. Only 9 points between them. Looks to only claim second. Tom Strella. To the championship. Wasn't it Pemmer and Moises that swapped round on the last lap? 1.5 seconds now to the good for Tom Strella. So Martin Volts and beg your pardon, Volts also gained the position, I think. Oh, defensive posture there for the 288 car. That's Marcus Jauk. Feeling the pressure behind from Martin Volts going to turn 11. No one's leaving anything on the table here. Now leads by 1.9 seconds, just under. Doesn't need to push that hard, but does not want to be caught up in the group behind him. On the line, slightly fragmenting now. The group of 4, which is 3rd to 6th, are still very close together. There's Hans Marcus Narusk, Marcus Jauk, Martin's Volt to Fernando Pemri. Then there was a bit of a gap forming to Gabriel Moises and Aloysius Chekavikius. They're still very close together. What has happened to Adrian Tions? He's fallen very far off the back. He must have made another mistake somewhere. Still going. But, has lost a good 2 seconds. But trying to push to make up ground or mitigate the loss of points that is potential. Sadly, put him back down into 9th position. Oh, that's a move! That's a move there from Pemre on Volts. Can't get it done though. Good effort though from the exit of turn 7. And now goes to the inside of 11. Again, this group is fragmenting further. Can we get it done? Moving over the line. Superb racing from our junior contingent. Estrella now leads 2.5 seconds. Pemri and Volt did swap round. So Fernando Pemri up into 5th place now. Estrella just off on his own. Exactly the way he would want it, with championship within his grasp. Team is Nikolika and Marcus Narisk. Locked in their duel. The last podium spot. I beg your pardon, that's Narisk and Yao that are locked in the battle for 3rd. Yeah, not that far behind 2nd at the moment. Narisk and Yao very, very close together. They have broken away from Pemri et al. Pemri, Volts, Moises, Chekavikius, and Tions has caught the back of that pack again. Again, we've got a challenge for further positions. He has caught the back of it, but very, very difficult to try and work his way through. Time it is going to expire on this lap, so this one +1. Estrella has got nothing to worry about. 3 seconds up front from Timus Mekalika. The Rusk Nyak battle continues. Then a big gaggle of cars from Henry down to Tions. Looks like the battle for 3rd is gaining on Timus Pekalika. Fragmented slightly, but they're not that far apart. Final lap board being shown. Adrian Tions has gotten ahead of Aloysius Kekavikius to come over the line. Unless he bins it, on for a pretty comfortable win. And it'll always be like that, but he certainly capitalised on the battling going on behind him. Has not put a foot wrong. So the first win of the day for the junior contingent goes to number 238 of Tom Strella. 2nd is by a pretty short margin in the end. The team is Pekalika, then Marcus Narusk in 3rd, rounding up the podium 3. Marcus Europe comes home in 4th. Fernando Pemri in 5th. Martis Volt 6th. Gabriel Moises in 7th. Adrian Tions in 8th in the end. Aloysius Chekavikius in 9th. With Kristaps Laupins bit of a distance, 10th position. Well done to championship leader Tom Strella for any kind of viewers intervention. Now gets to one of our bigger grids of the day. It is the seniors. Again, a 7-minute +1 lap race. The stream gets to enjoy Some highlights of what was a thrilling race for the juniors. So that's what happened to Adrian's T on side-by-side coming through turns 1 and 2, was put onto the marbles. It had absolutely no traction whatsoever. Lots of battling going on through the field. Superb race from our juniors. Nothing was going to deny Tom Strella the top step of the podium. All right, our seniors now are in the holding area. As the sun has gone behind the clouds a little bit. There we go. So that's the 3-minute board, I believe, that is being held aloft for the seniors. So that's an indication for all mechanics and crew to leave the holding area. And for the drivers to climb in. Get themselves ready to go. Think about what they're going to do. Mentally plan out how they're going to attack this race. And they'll be shown the 30-second board for when the engines are due to start. And we'll get our next race underway. So the 30-second or the engine start board being readied for the drivers has been deployed. It's interesting to see that some of the drivers there we go. Now the 30-second board has been shown, so all the engines will roar into life. Interesting to see some drivers choose to get in the car very early, settle themselves down, focus on what they're doing. Some drivers choose to get in the car much later. I mean, everybody has their own kind of routine, their own way of kind of staying calm and focused. See who has got what it takes then as the 16-car field leaves the way. Let's have a look at the starting order. Bruno Perla and Carlos Kirikovs are on the front row with Tonis Johannes Timingas on row 2, Roman Rodionov alongside him. Andreas Latnieks alongside Elise Dolchemain. That's where Elise went. She went up a category. Elise Dolchemain in 7th alongside the old Casper Yopere on row 4. Ilya Sheremitha and Oliver Kirk on row 5. Martin Sestikovs and Ralph Stamers on row 6. Martin Spike and Ricards Kokoudis on row 7. Eric Marcus Yanimets and Artur Kuru on row 8. Arthur Zerg, tail end of the field. Championship for the senior category being led by Artem Sestakov, who's right the way down in 10th place. Does not have an insurmountable lead over Oliver Kerg, who equally starts in 9th. So, bit of a mixed qualifying this time, as far as championship expectations are concerned. And this time we don't have the top 2 running on. There's hang much more together. Again, 2 rolling laps, 2 warm-up laps. This time. Warming up. With a bigger grid, it's going to take a bit longer to form the 2x2 line, as long as it is formed by the time they cross the final turn. And starting marshal will consider how the line's been formed. It still has to be to the starting marshal's satisfaction. Coming through that last turn, revs rise, speed gains, and we're away. Lots of side by side. Oh, there's impact there. That's Rodionovs, I believe it was. Just got the side of Dominguez. No harm, no foul. Everybody has gotten through the first few turns. It is Kirikos from Perla from Dominguez. Bruno Perla has lost the lead. And already there is a bit of a gap forming. Wow, that is Carlos Kirikovs in the 309. That is or is that Bruno Perla that has actually maintained the lead, and he is actually the one. I beg your pardon, I think that's Bruno Perla that is actually maintained the lead. It was indeed my mistake. Fair amount of shuffling going on in our first lap. Bruno Perla from Tonis Yanis Dominguez. MRG versus Yogisu. Your top 2. Bruno Perla already with half a second, but that gap can disappear. Big group of cars. The field has not fragmented too much. Top 3 starting to break away a little bit. You don't want to be giving Bruno Perla any kind of advantage. We haven't seen Bruno Perla for a few rounds. With the championship challenge somewhat diminished. Still inside the top 10 in the championship, senior category. Got a lot of pressure behind Dominguez. And also Kirikovs. This group's staying a little bit more together. Bit of a gap forming 11th to 12th. That's Ralph Stammers and Marta Spike. Still most of the field are still together. Just 2 tenths between our top 2. Yopole and Cheramita have swapped around for 6th position. Joel Casper, Yopole and Ilya Cheramita. The top 3 now very, very close together. Barely anything in there between them, and there's Dolchemain and Rodionov locked in a duel for 4th. Dominguez is getting very close to Bruno Perla now. You saw a win and a podium last time out. Frontrunner hasn't quite been able to consistently convert his regular performance in wins, although Jelgava gets the win in the pre-finals. Oh, that's side by side going on for 2nd. Beg your pardon, going on for 3rd. Kirikovs. Oh, a bit of a nudge there on the back of the 318. So Bruno Perla's lost the lead. Just about holds on to the 2nd, and side by side going on for the 362 car, Rodionovs. Still lots of side by sides going on, and again, one mistake just catapult someone downwards. Oh, is this again lots of shuffling going on? I can't keep up. So much action going on, but Dominguez now leads. Bruno Perla is still in 2nd place. Joplin Jeremy just swapping around again, this time for 5th position. Dominguez now leads by a second. Bruno Perla with Carlos Kirikovs right on his tail. Joplin and Sharamita still locked in battle. Right ahead of them is Stolchermain. And a four-way group behind, which is Oliver Kerg, Roman Rodionov, Andrei Leitmix, and Artem Sestikovs. Superb effort from our senior contingent. Stolchermain up from 10th, up into 4th. Down through, and then they go. Dominguez has lost a bit of his lead to Bruno Perla. Bruno Perla not wanting to just let Dominguez have his day, but Bruno Perla with Carlos Kirikovs right on his tail. The two NRG racing carts trying to push on after race leader Johannes Dominguez. He's Stolchermain and Joel Kasper Jopere. Giving himself a bit of breathing space from his previous sparring partner, Elias Sharamita. Oh, look how close that is. Stolchermain on the back of Jopere. Actually, Jopere got that position from Elise Stolchermain. That's 4th that's changed hands. That's Elise Stolchermain right into the firing line of Sharamita and Rodionovs. Minute to go. 2 laps left. Dominguez, Perla, Kirikovs, Jopere ahead of Stolchermain now. Sestikovs ahead of Lutnieks. Top 3 separated by less than a second. Perla and Kirikovs are closing in on Johannes Dominguez. They'll be working together to try and push on after the Jogasu number 305. We'll see. 2 MRG Racing entrants, 2nd and 3rd at the moment. It is the AGS Racing number 321 of Joel Kasper Jopere. Stolchermain has lost 2 positions on that lap. Jeremy Rodionov ahead of her now. That could just be one simple mistake, because that group is so close, so heavily condensed, that mistake is compounded by other people following through. Top 3 just 7/10 apart. The timer has elapsed. Rest of this lap plus 1 more. Dominguez will definitely be feeling the pressure now. 3rd in the championship. Oliver Kerg, his next challenger, is down in 8th. There's only 20, not even that, there's 18 points between Kerg and Dominguez. Final lap of their 2nd heat. First race of the day. Dominguez from Perla from Kirikov. The MRG Racing pair have closed right in on Dominguez, but can they get past him? Can they force the error? Can they find a way through? Only time will tell. Up into turn 11 now. Jopere is breaking away from Sharamita, but he's going to be a bit too late for this race. And it is going to be a win for the 305. Your winner for the senior heat number 2 is the 305 of Jonas Dominguez. They come to him in 2nd place, with Carlos Kirikovs rounding out the podium 3. Joel Kasper Jopere in 4th. Roman Rodionovs in 5th. Ilya Sharamita 6th. Elise Stolchermain was up into 4th early on. Comes home in 7th in the end. Oliver Kerg, that is not going to help his championship aspirations. Finishing down in 8th position. Artem Sestikovs in 9th. Eric Marcus Yanimets rounding up the top 10. Andrei Latvian in 11th. Jake Drobisava in 12th. Artikaru in 13th. Ricard Dikulis in 14th. Marta Spike 15th. Asberg in 16th. We lost Ralph Stamers in the course of the race. Excellent stuff. The stream enjoys some highlights for the race we've just seen. Again, well formed on the 2x2 line. Great moves going on early on. Lisa Deltramain trying to muscle her way through. Almost paid off then, but sadly the race just unfolding against her in the end. But the podium 3 over the line in short order. Next up is the big guns. It's the DD2s. So it's the DD2s and DD2 Masters that are up next. The 30-second balls now held aloft for our next category, the DD2s, the fastest karts we will see over the course of the day. Again, 7 minute plus 1 lap, all the smoke being kicked up as the engines warm up. 15 karts will take to the field, the championship being led by Thomas Bersteins, but not by much, over Patrick Noel's Lochmelis. Both drivers are here and present. Actually, right behind them is Martin Zianovskis as well. So the grid then, Thomas Bersteins and Martin Zianovskis on the front row, Patrick Noel's Lochmelis and Devin Sagadi on row 2. Almars Mikkelsen and Christian Zemis row 3, and then Ricard Svekvargas and Andreas Utkal on row 4. Roland Sprood and Preet Sai on row 5. Al Garaklis and Yuris Zalitis on row 6. Ricard Counciums and Eva Zeus on row 7. Martin Sild rounding out the field. These are the big heavy hitters, the fastest we will see. Well, let's hope the top 3 are trying to break away this time. That's very vigorous weaving there from Martin Zianovskis. Top 3 representing MRG. Actually 4 of the top 5 are representing MRG Racing. Sagadi for ADS, the odd one out in that particular group, the Estonian. Very, very tight though, the championship top 3. Just 13 points between Thomas Bersteins and Patrick Noel's Lokmelis. A further 9 back to Martin Zianovskis. Zianovskis yet to take a race win this season. Both Bersteins and Lokmelis have had sprinkling of wins throughout the season. Martin Zianovskis staying in championship contention just with regular and consistent podiums. Oh, they've been a bit slow to form the 2x2. Oh, this may not... Oh, blimey. Again, very, very vigorous from Lokmelis there. Almost getting his car onto 3 wheels. That kind of defies the point of tyre warming if one of your wheels isn't on the ground. Well, fair play from Thomas Bersteins, almost bringing the group to a halt to make sure that the 2x2 lines are formed. For it in a minute. And they start to build up speed. Is the starting marshal happy? Yes, he is. Well driven then by our drivers. Not a great start there from Lokmelis, I think it was, losing a couple of positions early on. So Bersteins leads the way. Championship leader maintaining the lead as they come through the first few turns. Looks like everybody has managed to make it through the first few turns unscathed. Turn 10 up towards 11. The sprint race of the day. They know they don't have an awful lot of time to try and recover any lost ground. Bersteins from, I believe that's Zianovskis, right on his tail. They come over the line. Who are the winners and who are the losers of that one? It is indeed Bersteins and Lokmelis in top 2. Zianovskis did indeed fall down. 4th, Mark Nicholson. All side by side as they come through turn 5, still side by side. That's the treble 4 of Sagadi. And still side by side, 405 of Jansenis and Sagadi. And now, a great move there from Vargas to come up through the field. So many position changes going on. Apparently, with the masters that are done behind the DB2s. A lot of position changing going on. You get wrong-footed in this kind of field and go in for a plummeting feeling. The Lokmelis, our championship leader, once again locked in a duel for the top positions. Then it's Mikkelsen. And while Mikkelsen's in the championship at the moment, able to stay there would be his first podium of the season. Into Lokmelis, not interested in that. So Mikkelsen's is a little bit on his own. Time 4.5. As Lokmelis trying to wrong foot Bersteins coming through the final turn. Lots of position changing going on through the field. This is the Lokmelis, less than a tenth between them as they get over the line. Then Mikkelsen's less than a second further back. Oh, nearly side by side again. Lokmelis trying to wrong foot Thomas Bersteins. Just trying different lines to get past him. Again, side by side, coming down towards turn 12. Try and get it done, trying everything. That's now brought Elmars Mikkelsen's into the mixture. Top 4, all MRG Racing. There, the 3 of them together. The side by side for Lokmelis and Bersteins. That actually almost went the way of Mikkelsen. That's actually brought Zianovskis and Sagadi into the next year. And I think that Vargas is there as well. The top 6 now all together. Bersteins from Lokmelis, from Mikkelsen, still your top 3. Great advert for MLG Racing. The top four all being represented. Number 4, Oscar he wasn't fourth. Is Vargas. Tiny bit of breathing space now for Thomas Bursteins. Now Nicholson's having to play a little bit more defensive. He's right on discount with Bugatti as well. And Vargas way in the a little bit of a gap back to Christian Zennis. Top 2 still locked in their duel. Group 4. Group 10, 11, the leaders come. Oh, and that's a spin! That's the 471, that's Elmas Mikkelson's. That's Mikkelson's that's gone for a spin. Whether he was helped or whether he pushed it a little bit too hard has dropped him on the outside of that group. But Janowski is now up into the podium 3. Mikkelson's right away down to 8th position now. Top 2 still absolutely locked in battle. Bear in mind, we still have another 2 races for all of our categories later today, and so far the racing has been absolutely superb. Each race getting progressively longer. 3 locked in a battle for the last podium spot. Janowski, Sagadi, and McVargas. The back is Jan Zennis. Beautiful line being taken by our top 2. No matter what Zennis does, there's been has an answer. But Bursteins cannot break free. Oh, that 418, and there's a big move from Longmelis. Can he keep it though? Inside line of turn 9. He does indeed maintain that spot. So that is Patrick Knowles Longmelis up into the lead, and that's pushed them backwards into Janowski's and crew. And that's a move then again for Bursteins trying to get up into the lead. That's going to lose him a second to Janowski's. Wow. In the blink of an eye, the whole feel of this race is completely changed. And that is going to have potential championship impact. Like I said, before the event began, there was only 13 points between Bursteins and Longmelis. With the field so close, one tiny mistake could cost you the championship. So now it's Longmelis from Janowski's from Bursteins. This group of 6 still close together. McVargas, Sagadi, Campbell is all in short order. Timer is going to expire on this lap, so is this plus 1 more? That's going to be ruining that mistake. Just tried probably a little early. It's easy for me to say from the commentary box. There is a championship on the line. Again, you'll know that any loss of points could be the difference between champion or throwing the championship away. Patrick Noyles now leads the way. Through the final few turns. The penultimate time in this week. Final lap board being shown. Top 6. 1.5 seconds up. Yes. Well aware that Janowski is right behind him. They will all be representing MRG Racing, but they are still fighting for the championship, and that was a bit more of a defensive posture there for Patrick Longmelis. Lose himself to the inside line coming through 10-11. Did not want to give an opportunity to anybody to bounce out the inside there. Through the final few turns. And it's going to go the way of Patrick Noyles Longmelis. The 418 card adds another win to his tally. That is 3 in a row now of the pre-finals and finals of the previous event. at Jelgava. Patrick Noel's long balance from Martin Zinovskis and Thomas Bursting to your top three. Charles Vargas fourth, David Pagadi fifth, Christian Zemison sixth, Roman Sprudin seventh, Elmars Mikkelsen's in eighth, Andreas Ukaup in ninth, Ricards Countians in 10th, Rick Sai in 11th, Alex Garakis in 12th, Ivazus in 13th, Euron Salitis in 14th, up until ending up the field. Wow, absolutely superb. All right, the stream gets to enjoy the highlights of the race. Brilliant moves. Not all of them paying off. And there was that spin for the 471 of Elmar Mikkelsen's, just caught the apex at turn 11 too hard. That's where the lead changed hands between Berstings and Lockhurst. Berstings tried to get it back in, slid too hard. Coming through turn 13, cost him second. Now it's the opportunity for our amateur DD2s, and our DD2 heavy contingents are up next. Second ball held off then for our next race as they are getting ready to leave the holding area. This is our amateur DD2 or amateur DD2 Masters and the DD2 heavy contingent. Only 7 in this race. They will give it all they've got nonetheless. So the one Estonian driver we have in this field actually starts on pole. It's Rando Kleiman. Rodrigo Frams, who is the DD2, amateur DD2 championship leader. And then it is Carlos Frikis and Marcus Spikis, tripping over those two last time, on row 2. And Edmunds Sisvikis, Kristaps Kalixons on row 3 with Demetrius Antonevics at the back of the field. Spikis is championship leader for the DD2 heavies. Martin Spikis, his closest championship rival, not in this race. Rodrigo Frams leads the amateur DD2 heavy contingent. Very narrow lead over Kristaps. Still championships to be decided. Very, very vigorous tire warming going on from Rando Kleiman. Right, so as always, the 2x2 lines being formed from turn 11. A few people forgetting where they need to be, but as long as they've sorted it before they get to the start-finish line, all will be well. Should be 7 in there. Problem there for the back? No, I don't think so. 6 carts are taking the start as they come towards the line. Into the 2x2 lines they form, and the starting marshal is happy with it, and away we go. Good start then from Rando Kleiman. Into the lead. Carlos Brickis in second. Rodrigo Fram's third. Edmund Suvekis in fourth. Kristaps Galaxon fifth, and Demetrius Antonevics in sixth. Looks like Marcus Spickers did not take the start. The too heavy championship leader. Onwards to the line for the first time in anger. Rando Kleiman with a lot of pressure from Carlos Brickis. The Estonian's going to be able to run off into the distance this time. Oh, big move there for Carlos Brickis coming down into turn 7. Can't get it to stick though, and because of that, that's cost him some valuable distance. Essentially thrown him back in the clutches of Brickis, who's got up ahead. So where's Rodrigo Fran's gone? We've had a bit of a shuffle around in the order. Still, Rando Kleiman leads the way. Almost top 4 together. So Kleiman from Brickis from Fram. So it is Fram's in last head. Big pardon. Edmund Zuzefix fourth. Kristaps Galaxon fifth, and Demetrius Antonevics at the back of the field. The only DD2 heavy competitor in this race. Sadly, Marcus Spickers did not take the start. Again, Carlos Brickis back on the case of Rando Kleiman. These are all privateer entrants, with the exception of Antonevics, representing Latvia. Oh my goodness me! Brickis means business, almost nudging the back of Rando Kleiman all the way through turn 1 to 5. Rando Kleiman is going to have to work very, very hard to try and give him some distance. But they have got Rodrigo Frams right on their case as well. The top 3 all together. Sefix is a couple of seconds back. A little bit on his own. Galaxon and Antonevics. Oh, Rybaston almost coming to the front attack. Brickis trying to get the momentum to get alongside Rando Kleiman. It looks like he's got the pace to do it, but good kart positioning from Rando Kleiman is keeping the 455 kart at bay at the moment. And Rodrigo Frams, that's a DD2 championship leader, right behind him. There's an opportunity into turn 11, side by side once again. This time, Carlos Brickis makes it stick, and Rodrigo Frams actually goes through, but the side by side still coming through turn 12, and Kleiman just manages to hold on to second. Good move then from Brickis. We've seen a few opportunities like that into turn 11. Now that is already a seconds gap as they've come over the line. Now Rando Kleiman has got Rodrigo Frams all over his case. He has not got an opportunity to breathe whatsoever. Almost lost out on that third position following the move from Carlos Brickis. A lap ago. Zepix washes on. All would like to be involved in the battle ahead of him for second place. Carlos Brickis is checking out now. New fastest lap for Brickis. 44.674. Is meaning business. 1.5 seconds separates him and the battle for second. Again, you see Frams just trying to take alternate lines. Oh, he had to think about it up into turn 11. Did not commit to the move though. Don't have long to go. What will be going through Rodrigo Frams' mind? Doesn't necessarily need to make a move. Quite clearly keen to. Carlos Brickis is disappearing. One with his car down the circuit. 4.55 entrant. Continues to extend his lead. 2 seconds to the good now as they've come over the line. Again, one mistake will be thrown into the clutches of the pair behind him. At the moment, he's remaining focused, continues to push on. Yeah, crap. Trying to long foot Kleiman. Still can't get it done though. Another fastest lap of 44.625. The only other driver in the 44s is actually Rodrigo Frams. 45 flat to thousands of seconds for Rando Kleiman. And it would expire next summer round, so 2 laps to go. The gap climb to now 3.2 and just under 44.592. So Carlos Brickis is getting faster and faster and faster. He doesn't need to. He is because he can. Really fault him for that, in fairness. But if he, well, you can if he bins it. If he throws it off into the dust, then words would be said. Can relax a little bit. And then telling a race driver to slow down is have more luck talking to a tyre ball. Over the line to start the final lap. Bit of a gap now between Kleiman and Frams. Okay, so Rick is slowed down by 0.06 of a second. So he couldn't quite beat this previous lap record again. 3.3 seconds separates him from his pursuers, immediate pursuers. And absolutely flawless. Once he gained the lead, there was nothing stopping him. And the first win of the day for the DD2, the amateur DD2s, goes to Carlos Brickis. Rando Kleiman comes home in second. Rodrigo Frams chases him home in third. Edmund Suzefix is in fourth. Kristaps Kalixens in fifth. Sole DD2 heavy Demetrius Antonevics comes home in sixth position. It seemed, looking like at the pace difference, that Brickis was showing, it did seem fairly inevitable that that overtake was going to happen. Brando Climbing gave it everything he could to keep 455 car behind him. It was not to. Our final race of the morning is the Tillotson T4 contingent. As the stream enjoy highlights from that. It was the first attempt to wrestle the lead. Climate. That's where it eventually. Oh no, big one. That's not where it changed hands. That was another attempt. That's where it changed hands. Up into turn 11. Almost wrong-footed. Climbing into Rodrigo Franz's hands. Not quite to be. When unquestionably belonging to Brickis. Our Tillotson T4s will be up next. Our final race of the morning. As the Tillotson T4 engines roar into life, they are now being ready to leave the holding area. 8 carts will be taking to this race. Oh, and there's trouble for someone towards the back. So the grid for this race looks like so. Elizabeth Johasults on the front row along with Daniel Spiteris Berzins. Row 2 is Carlos Dimitrievs and Davis Ormond. Row 3 is Edvars Kiminis and Rudolf Berzins. Back row is Dace Grossberger and Ingus Justs. Looks like the final cart did manage to leave the holding area, although still gesticulating. In fact, it was Justs that was stranded. And now we have the top 3 breaking away. It was 929. It was Dace Grossberger that was stuck in the holding area. Our lead group come to start their second warming up lap. Data Crossberger will still be able to form up with the rest. The field being told to form up or slow down a little bit earlier to allow Data Crossberger to catch up. Actually slowed down just after turn 7. That will feel like a very long time. But they are at the slow pace. That is simply to allow Crossberger to form. And there he is. So all 8 karts now in the 2x2 line. What can we expect from Tillets and T4s? Quite have the pace of the DD2s, but they still give it everything they've got. So plenty of tyre warming going on. From Angus Justs. Come up to the line. And on the gas. And away we go. This start. Start Marshall happy with all of our heat starts. So how does our field do? So all 8 karts making their way through. Thoughts holding on to the lead from what is actually... Whoa! Big move there from Berzines. Daniels Pateras Berzines did lose that second spot to Kirill Dmitrievs. Then a big move up into turn 9. Giving that second position back again. Davis Solmans right there to get involved. So the top 5, certainly top 4 all together. Edvards Jimenez right there as well. Thoughts from Berzins, from Dmitrievs, from Solmans, from Jimenez. Rosberger already up to 6th following the somewhat interrupted start. But Rudolf Berzins down to 7th. Look how close Elizabeth Saltz and Daniel Berzins is as he banzais again the inside of turn 9. He's a fan of that particular corner, and that is the lead in the hands of Daniels Pateras Berzins. Elizabeth Johan Saltz is not just going to let him waltz off into the distance. Tiny gap forming to Kirill Dmitrievs. Just as it was, I think it's about to disappear, which it does. Top 4 all together. Berzins, Saltz, Dmitrievs and Solmans. All together. Then it is Edvards Jimenez. A little bit on his own. Rosberger's lost out to Rudolf Berzins again for 6th position. Those two still locked in the battle with Angus just a bit off the back of battle for 6th. Oh, that's an opportunity, is it, for Solmans? Well, he had a little bit of a look, but Dmitrievs had the inside line covered coming down to turn 12. Come over the line once again. The top 4 starting to fragment a little bit into 2 pairs. Still locked in their duel for the lead. Dmitrievs and Solmans only half a second behind them. The teams here, all individual entries. See then how Dmitrievs, if he's able to shake Davis Solmans up away from his tail. Looks like Solmans had to think about that. To turn 11 again, almost draws alongside, but has a good exit from turn 11, but nowhere to use that extra momentum. So just bleeds back out of the throttle. Oh, that's a spin! That was a spin. That's Jimenez. So 931 karts. Edvards Jimenez has had a spin down into turn 13. Comes to the steering wheel in frustration. down into tail end of the field. Top 2, top 4 still in their battle, but now definitely 2 pairs as Zormans has managed to get ahead of Dmitriev for 3rd position. Almost leaves the door open actually into turn 11. ECS had to think about it, but did not commit to the move. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for this race. With the final turn they go. Elizabeth Saltz has a look over her shoulder. Oops, bit of a slide there from Daniels Pateras Berzines. Coming through turn 3, so having to push very, very hard to keep Elizabeth Saltz behind him. Still managing to hang on to the lead, but he's having to push very, very hard to do it. Zormans has not been able to shake Dmitriev's off his tail either. The final turns once again. About 4 laps to go in this second heat for the Tillotson T4s. Berzines from Saltz, Zormans from Dmitriev's. Rest of the field a little bit spread out. Rudolf Berzines very much on his own in 5th. Chase Grossberger back up into 6th position following Edvard Jimenez's spin. Grossberger has managed to give himself a bit of distance between Ingus Justs. Jimenez closing in on 926 guard ahead of him to try and challenge for 7th, but that is quite a gap that he'll have to close in though. Only probably 3 laps left to do it. Last thing on Daniel Pateras' Berzines' mind at the moment, he is determined to try and shake Elizabeth Salt's presence away from his tail. As determined as she is to keep pressuring for the lead. Big incident at Jelgava a few weeks ago. Still pushing on, still challenging for those top spots. Will elapse on this one. She has a look on the inside coming down to turn 1, but can't get the overlap. Time is going to expire. It's this plus 1 lap. Travis Zormans has done himself about half a second or so from Kirill Dmitriev's. Battle for 3rd. A little bit fragmented at the moment. And Zormans chase off after the lead pair. I suspect not. Maybe you'll close in a little bit, depending on how hard the top 2 fight. Final lap board being shown. Fastest lap still belongs to Elizabeth Saltz at the moment. Still in 2nd. Still staring at the back of that 919. Hundredth quicker than Berzines was last time around. Elizabeth just not in a position to be able to attack. Looks like Daniels Pateras Berzines has done what he needs to do. 2 behind still where they are, and that is going to be the first win of the day for the Tillotson T4s, going to Daniels Pateras Berzines in the 919 kart. Elizabeth Johan Saltz chases him home. Davis Zormans in 3rd, Kirill Dmitriev's comes home in 4th position. Rudolf Berzins will claim 5th with a Dace Grossberger in 6th. Ingus Justs 7th. Edvards Jimenez following that spin down into turn 13. Himself at the tail end of the field. That's how the results look before any kind of steward's intervention. Although Ingus Just is actually showing us behind Jimenez, so that may have changed just before the graphic came up there. So it does look like Edvards Jimenez manages to claim 7th on the line from Ingus Justs. The stream gets to enjoy the replay. Big move there from Berzins from 3rd to 2nd, and then the same corner again. Get up into the lead. Leader he had to work hard to keep it, he did. And that is going to bring an end to our morning's racing here at Madona. We will be kickstarting our pre-finals. We go back to the top of the list with our Micro Max contingent. So do join us after the break, and we'll be back for the first pre-finals of the day, the Micro Max series, with the 8-minute plus 1 lap. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Madona for the final round of the ROTAX MAX Latvia Karting Championship. So we've had our final of the heats. For those that are catching up with us now, you've missed some brilliant racing action from all of our racing categories. And now we head into the pre-finals. So this is the medium length race, so to speak. Again, we will be starting with our micro max category. So they'll be racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Championship still to be decided. Carlos Benson's didn't quite get the win, but he was still in a podium spot for the race this morning. Still looking strong for securing the championship. Can Emilius Iozaitis or Remigijus Kartionis rain on his parade once more? We will see. Good to see several people that are enjoying the sunshine trackside. Over here in the UK, it is wet, it is cold. I am not jealous whatsoever. So good to see the support for our young guns and slightly older guns as well for our older racing categories a little bit later on. So then, when we get the Micro Max carts gathered and ready to roll, we will go through the grid for their pre-final, the final one of the year. They are gathered in the holding area. Have they been given the board? They're just about to get engines into life. There they go. So again, they're keen to get on with it. Once again, it is our smallest category, our youngest contingent, I should say, that will be opening racing this afternoon. Marshall waiting for the go to release, and there they go. Again, it is 2 warm-up laps, as is customary. Emilius Iozaitis and Remigijus Kartionis on the front row, Carlos Bensons and Dominic Lepp on row 2, Martins Lappins and Jokubas Iozaitis on row 3, with Rodrigo Tarins back of field. Privateer entry. So 8 minutes this time. Won't quite be all guns blazing as we saw in the first race of the day. A little bit more of a strategy to play, a little bit more time to continue to apply the pressure or defend from the pressure, depending on where they are, of course. Through the turns once again. And on the run towards turn 12 is a common spot to have the 2x2 lines formed. Working their way through turn 7. Oh, bit of a nudge already between Remigijus Kartionis and Emilius Iozaitis. Through to turn 11, they have already formed the 2x2 line. Now, all of our starts happened on the first occasion in our morning's heats. There have been a few occasions on previous rounds where starts have had to happen again. Starting marshal was not happy with how the 2x2 lines are formed. He will wave them around again. All starts this morning were good. So let us see if our Micromax competitors can continue along that vein. They come through the final turn. Build up speed. No, I had to say it, didn't I? Commentator curses struck. So it's the first start of the afternoon. Will have to be redone. The Two lines not formed to the starting marshal's satisfaction. It is done for safety reasons. Oh, Carlos Benson's flying through. I think he did realise that the rolling start was happening again, so they don't have to do complete laps to do any further warm-up. It is just reform the 2x2 line, which they have already done. Oops, bit of a nudge again from our top two. And 12 they come. Towards the final turn. Pick up speed as they come through that final turn. Away they go. Does the flag marshal drop? Yes, we do. So just one further warm-up lap needed, and a good start then from Rodriguez Gracianes again. He's up in the second. Oh, there's a spin. That is a spin towards the back. That is Rodrigo Tarrins. He's had a spin on the way down towards turn one. It's going to drop him all the way off the back of the field, but up front, that is Carlos Benson's. That was up into second. He's being challenged again by Gracianes. There's Yozaitis that has got the lead. And it's the 69 car Martins Lapins that is getting involved in this particular group. That is a good second advantage that Emilius Yozaitis has to himself. And there's a move there for Carlos Benson's. More of a defensive maneuver to hold on to that second position. A good start, though, from Emilius Yozaitis. The rest of the field, other than Tarrins, all heavily condensed. Championship leader, Carlos Benson's. Looking to do what he needs to do to secure the championship. He had quite a healthy 40-point gap over Emilius Yozaitis coming into this weekend. And that's a big move from Lep. My word, that's Dominic Lep getting the inside line on Martins Lapins. So side by side coming up towards turn 11. 44 car Dominic Lep has hung on to that position gain. That is for fourth position. Good move. Very nicely done indeed. So this group of six now fragmenting a little bit. Yozaitis leads. Gracianes second. Benson's third. Lep now ahead of Lapins with Nicolas Yozaitis hard on his tail. Group of three. Oh, and that's a move there. The 69 car getting back ahead of Dominic Lep, and then they've dropped back again as they come through turns 5, 6, and 7. And look at that. That's Yozaitis has nailed the pair of them on the exit of turn 7. Great opportunistic move there from the number 16 cart. Jokubas Yozaitis up into fourth place now. Gracianes and Benson's are getting close together in a battle for second position, but the battle for fourth continues as this three-way group almost glued together. They come over the line. Yozaitis leads. Gracianes second. Benson's in third. Jokubas Yozaitis in fourth, with Dominic Lep and Martins Lapins on his tail. 5th and 6th respectively. Rodrigo Tarrins following that spin. Got himself back up to speed, but isn't closing in too much on the group ahead of him. We will have to concede that one and regroup for the final this afternoon, later this afternoon. Now that is Jokubas Yozaitis that's broken away. Happens to Lep have swapped round as well. Lep now behind Martins Lapins behind Dominic Lep. As the leaders come through turn 7 now. 1.4 seconds lead for Emilius Yozaitis for MRG Racing. Carlos Benson's very close to the back of Rmc Gracianes. So Jokubas Yozaitis has got a bit of breathing space between himself and what is now Martin's lap-ins. 4th position. Gap now up front. It's come down slightly, 1.3 seconds between our lead 2, but let's be honest, he's dragging Carlos Benson's with him. Could well have a 3-way fight for the lead before the checkered flag falls. It's the same protagonists we had this morning, all doing battle. The top 3, the only cars into sub 50. Carlos Benson's with the fastest lap of the race, 49.520. He's able to do here. Minius second in the championship coming into this weekend. Crocianos keep Carlos Benson's behind. Leopard Lappin still swapping around for 5th position. Spencer's just biding his time. He's got time to a little bit more to play with. Still wants to be working his way up through the field as best he can. No driver ever wants to give away points or positions. He's playing the sensible game here, just as he did in the second heat this morning. To be pushing hard, didn't need to be taking unnecessary risks. Here's Yazaitis. Do what he can, but that gap came down a further 0.3 last time around. Does it come down again? It stays near enough the same. 400ths difference this time as Carlos Benson's gives a bit of a nudge to Crocianos coming down towards turn 4 and gets that 2nd position. So now it's number 3, the MRG Racing Latvian driver of Carlos Benson's has muscled his way through to 2nd. To be honest, is not going to be letting that one fly. What is Carlos Benson's going to do? Is he going to just simply defend from Crocianos, or is he going to try and push to gain on Yazaitis? Move certainly cost him a little bit of time against the race leader. 0.4 seconds now the lead gap. Lep and Lappins have swapped again. Very hotly contested battle for 5th position. That is allowing Jakubas Yazaitis to continue to gap himself to the warring pair behind. A bit of a wiggle there from Crocianos. Cost him very valuable momentum against Carlos Benson's. Really do not want to be giving a driver of that caliber any kind of advantage at all. That is going to give Carlos Benson's the breathing space he needs to put all focus forward. 2 laps to go. This +1 timer elapses is +1 lap, same as all of our races are. 1.2 seconds the gap for Yazaitis. Not gaining enough for lead to be challenged. That's the lap of the race now belongs to Remigius Crocianos in the number 99. Could well, I think probably has come down again. Sometimes a little difficult to tell visually. See, that has come down again as they come round the final turn to start the final lap. There's the final lap board being shown. Just 0.8 of a second less. Yazaitis makes a mistake. Could well have done enough to take the win in the pre-finals for the Micromax category. It's not going to stop Carlos Benson from pushing though. Gapped. Remigius Crocianos. Looks like I may well have had to concede that 3rd position, or concede the chase for it. No driver ever really concedes the chase, but there does come a point where you have to acknowledge the defeat, but our top three all almost equidistant apart. Your winner for the pre-finals here in the micro-race category is Emilius Zaitis. Hand in the air, he's happy about that, and quite rightly so. Did not put a foot wrong in that race. The number 17 car for MRG Racing takes the win in the micro-match pre-finals. Carlos Benson's again doing what he needs to do to maintain his grip on the championship. He comes home in second place. Remigijus Gracionis rounds out your podium three. And Jakubas Jasitis, a good finish there. Started towards the back, ended up in fourth with a brilliant double overtake on Dominic Lepp and Martis Lappens, who finished fifth and sixth respectively. Spin for Rodrigo Taurins put the privateer right out of contention, unfortunately. So our Micromax then have a break. We will see them for their final race at around about 2:30 local time. So now it is the turn of the Minimax contingent for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Are they being shown the board already? They are. Already they are being given the engine start board. Right. 6 carts in place for this category. And away they go. Barb's Hands was last of the field in the first race of the day. Can he do it again? Iris Pluxner alongside him, Rodrigo Kakis and Marks Kononovs on row 2 with Dominic Stargis and Kaita Spike rounding out your 6-cart field for this race. Again, it is 8 minutes plus 1 lap for this race. And looks like it's Klaus Hands this time. It is wanting to get on with it. Blame him. So again, 2 rolling laps. Then it is the 2x2 grid formed. Mini max contingent. Already, Iris Pluxner and Rodrigo Kakas very, very, very close together. Yoxius not here to defend his championship lead. Kakas looking to capitalize on that, but see what they do is they now start to form the 2x2 lines. Form them they do. Turn 13. And back towards the line they come. Oh, bit of bumping and nudging. Going on between Marks Kononovs and Iris Pluxner. Taking the time. Again, that is Klaus Hands that dictates their particular pace. Ballman start to build up pace on the start-finish line, and the start Marshall happy with that. And again, second changes hands. Good start there from Rodrigo Kakis. And Iris Pluxner not able to defend it, but then gets the inside line coming down towards turn 4 and regains that second position side by side as well, right behind them for 4th place. Bit of a touch, but well held there by the 119 car of Dominus Dargis, who has got that position from Marks Kononovs. Top 3 as they began. Oh no, I beg your pardon. Iris Pluxner actually still has that second position. Back up towards the start-finish line for the first time in anger. Top 3 slightly breaking away from the group, so it is Hans from Pluxner from Crackers for top 3. Work the way through the turns once again. As a reminder, it's an 8-minute plus 1 lap race. That is, Klaus Hans wants to be able to break away. He'd much rather have just a more straightforward race, but being allowed to dance off into the distance. As Juris Pluxner is glued to his bumper. Rodrigo Gackett right in his tyre tracks. The first and third carts represented by Rmc Latvia. Representing MRG Racing. Tiny bit of breathing space. It may look like an inconsequential gap that's formed, but take any gap you can when the field is this competitive. A couple of kart lengths that Klaus Hans has got for himself at the moment. Blink of an eye, that can very easily change. Work the way towards the conclusion of the lap once again, and it has indeed changed. The top three pretty much equidistant apart. 0.4 of a second separates the podium three, as Asplundsen are getting very close to the race leader. Coming through the first 4 turns. No movement though. Rodrigo Kakas, fastest lap of the race so far. 47.723. Top three, all in the 47s. Three not far behind them in the 48. Three are a little bit spread out. Vargas, Romanovs, and Kite to Spike. All just doing their own thing at the moment, but the top three all very, very close together. Kakas falling very slightly off the back of Juris Pluxner, who in turn is really hustling Klaus Hans through the first few turns. Fastest lap of the race has now gone over to our race leader, 47.630. Giving him any advantage at all, though. Now you just see how the gap just ebbs and flows forwards and backwards. Pluxner and Hans and Pluxner and Kakas. Kakas closed in now. Just 0.3 of a second between him and race leader. Oh, that's now Kakas close to the back of Juris Pluxner. Hunter very, very quickly having to switch between pressure and prey. Now it's a tiny bit of breathing space to Klaus Hans. Final few turns once more. Again, just 2.5 tenths between our top three, and that's Pluxner getting very close to the race leader. He goes to the inside line of turn 4, and that's wrong foot's Klaus Hans. Rodrigo Kakas almost capitalized on it, but that is now Juris Pluxner that has the race lead. Now, has he done that too soon, or is he confident he can pull away? Well, that was a very decisive move into turn 4 for the 163 kart. MRG Racing entry in this category. See what he can do with it, though. Final turn once again. The top 4 slightly further apart, but not by much. Klaus Hans not letting that one stand. You've got to bear in mind that in the course of the day they've had several practice sessions leading up to their second heat and then this race. fatigue will definitely be taking its toll. Not necessarily in this race, but certainly in the finals, which is the longest race of every category in the course of a race weekend. That also then plays into the strategy. Do they make the move when they can, or do they make a move if they leave it to prevent an opportunity being given to their opponent to counter-attack? Well, Clark's hands, rather. Right, letters wrong order, beg your pardon. Very, very close. Gives a tiny touch to the back of Eurus Pluxner. No harm, no foul there, but that's allowing Rodrigo Kakis to stay right in the tyre tracks of the two ahead. Fastest lap still with the 153 car, 47.63. And do the double. Won the heat this morning. Got some work to do to get back in the lead. That's Pluxner a little bit deep coming through. 13, 14, 15. Again, goes a little earlier to the apex of turn 1. Of a defensive posture. Less than 0.2 of a second between our top 3 now. Superb effort from our youngsters. 7. Jackers getting close. We're all very close. Less than 0.2 of a second apart when they cross the line. A bit of breathing space once again to Pluxner. Don't have particularly any real long straights. The slipstream effect is not as prevalent as it is in some other circuits. Over the line, final lap of the pre-final. Here is Pluxner. Just has a kilometre to go, just under. To hold on to his well-earned race lead. His first race win of the season if he can hold on to it. Marv's hands is determined to relieve him of it. Marv's got his first race win of the day. Second heat. Rodrigo Kakis doing anything about it. He's going to have to concede for third. But over the line, your winner for the pre-final of the Mini-Max contingent, or nearly side-by-side over the line for second and third, is Eurus Pluxner. The 163 MRG rating entry takes the win. Clark's hands has to concede second and jumps ahead of him in the slowdown lap. Rodrigo Kakis chases the pair of them home in third. Just under 0.3 of a second separates the top 3. Dominik Dargis came home in 4th position, with Marks Kononovs in 5th and Kaita Spike rounding out the field. Great effort. Well raced by Mini-Maxes. Now it's the juniors. 10 minutes this time, plus 1 lap. So their medium length race will be starting shortly. The third pre-final of the day now gets underway. Leave the holding area. Vigorous tyre warming going on, and it is Tom Strella from Slovakia on the front row with Hans Marcus Narusk and Fernando Pemre on row 2. With Marcus Jarek and Martin Zvolts on row 3, Gabriel Moises and Aloysius Czechevicius on row 4, with Adrian Tions and Kristaps Lipins on row 5. Now, what can Adrian Tions do from here? He did not have a good race this morning. Third place in the championship standings. Elise Stolchermain has moved category. She is not in the juniors. Racing in the juniors, I should say. Tom Strella, one hand on the championship. Starts from the front row. Form the 2x2 line. Ten carts take the start for the junior category. Working the way through the final turns. Just one race restart so far. Our juniors can keep their clean streak going. And away they go. They do indeed. Oh, and that was a punch in the face there from Timus Perekia. With Hans Marcus Narusk muscles his way through into third. Tom Strella then keeps hold of the lead. 255 of Narusk muscles his way through into second place. Just seen that those starting at second on the right side of the line, on the inside line, I should say, does have a potential advantage over those starting in second. Over the line they come. Strella from Narusk from Yauk. So Yauk also got through into third. Marcus Yauk, the Aero Racing team entry, head of Timus Perekia. What can they do then? So, as I said, this race a little bit longer, so they do have more time to try and recover any kind of lost time, but equally they have more time to defend against those putting pressure on the top three. Lively breaking away now. Bekarika leading that group, fourth down to ninth. Alongside got Kristaps Lipins fallen a little bit off that group. Dions is up into seventh. See if he's able to make any further progress as we see the battle for second very, very close now between Hans Marcus Narusk and Marcus Yauk. Tom Strella does not need a second invitation of that. Giving himself plenty of breathing space. Bekarika, sorry, I apologize team as I've said your name so many different ways today. Oh dear, Moises has had a bad lap down to seventh. Gabriel Moises has had a bit of a bad lap. There could be one simple mistake, again because the field is so close. Exaggerates any mistake as far as time loss is concerned. Emery and Tion's very close there. Tion's up into sixth now. Tom Strella looking to add another win. He's had a lot of them.
No, didn't score any points in the opening round in Kandahar back in May. But 7 wins since then, giving him such a commanding lead coming into this weekend. We've got side by side going on through turn 7. That's Adrian's Tions getting the position on Fernando Pemre. Further up, the battle for second continues. Tions had that big moment on the opening lap of the second heat this morning. Look at Narusk and Yout, so close together. Makanika right with them as well. So the battle for second is 3 cars deep. Now Adrian Tions has gotten past Fernando Pemre. Is he able to join this particular group? We'll tell. Amazes me is these carts are doing 85 kilometers an hour plus with their derriere mere centimeters from the ground. So stiffly sprung, you feel how many legs on the spider it is you've run over. Oh, now that was Yout trying to wrong foot Narusk. Coming through turns 1 and 2. That's putting Yout into the clutches of Pekarika. Oh, the 241 can't capitalize on it though. The leader now 1.5 seconds near enough down the road. Battle for second continues fiercely as always. Adrian Tions is 1.1 seconds behind this group as I came over the line. Would say he's closer than that now. Big gap now, 1.6 seconds. Tions is closed in slightly. Just a second separates him in the battle for second. Where patience starts to really become a much bigger factor. So despite the fact there's only 2 more minutes, you're in this kind of very heated competition. Field is this close. Times when the drivers are willing the flag to come out, their arms, their shoulders, their everything is hurting. Not so much in this race, but certainly by finals later this afternoon, they'll definitely be feeling that. 1.8 just under. Stella and Narusk. Because it's gaining to a huge degree, just a 10th here or there. We've got 3.5 minutes though to close in. Oh, and that's a move! That is Karakia on Yout for 3rd position. 241 car. Good opportunistic move there. Coming through turn 9. Well, that gives Hans Marcus Narusk some breathing space. How long will it stay there? But that's also done as this brought Adrian Tions right into this mixture. So it's still a 3-way fight, even though Narusk has got himself some breathing space to round about 0.6 of a second. Adrian Tions is pushed on and now caught at the back of the 3-way fight for what is now 3rd. Tom Strella has got no such issues though. Up front, 1.7 seconds to the good when they come over the line. Fernando Pemre actually with fastest lap with a 45-second lap. It's not the first, that's ironic, it's not the first time we've seen that exact lap time. 45.000. Where admire consistency. The lead remains somewhere where it is. That's a very sideways Karakia. Turn 1. So where Yout could use any kind of momentum change. Oh, there's nudging between Karakia and Yout and Tions. Oh, Tions just got the apex. They come forward, just lost a tiny bit of momentum. Fernando Pemre is still right there as well, so he's joining the back of this particular group. Tillotson right in the tyre tracks of Marcus Yauk. Oh, he's going for a move into the final turn. And that's going to be fourth. Confident move for the championship frontrunner. Nicely done indeed. Three may well be slightly separated. Yauk and Pemry now very, very close together. So that is a battle for fifth position now. Pemry and Moises not well. Moises, bigger one, is a little bit further back. He's close to Volts. Over the line once more. 2 seconds the lead now. Yauk and Pemry so close together. Moises and Volt very, very close together as well for seventh, with Czechoslovakia's only about 6/10 behind them. 30 seconds until the timer expires. Are they going to beat the flag? Oh, that's a move there for the 227. That's Czechoslovakia's on the 216 with Martin Volts. Can't get the overlap. They just beat the clock. 2 laps to go. Lots of Moises swapped round. Oh, and there's a move again. The 277. That's Czechoslovakia's. Moises Czechoslovakia's gets the inside line coming down to turn 4. Big button. That was turn 7. Further up, Perekia. Adrian Tillotson. So Adrian Tillotson could well be challenging for, well, is challenging for the podium here. Strella and Marcus Nerus currently unchallenged. Oh, and that's a move! There's 277. Dekovikius has a go at 241, but it doesn't. Sorry, that's a 271. That's Adrian Tillotson on the Pekarika, but does not come off. Adrian Tillotson repass. Promoted back down to the 4th. Work their way around for the final time. So Tom Strella takes the win in the junior pre-final. The race second. Adrian Tillotson was held back into 4th in the end. Timus Pekarika has claimed the podium. Fernando Pemry for beg your pardon, 5th. Marcus Yauk in 6th. Martins Volt 7th. Moises Czechoslovakias in 8th. Gabriel Moises in 9th, with Kristaps Lipins rounding out the field. Next up, we get towards our seniors. So one of the bigger grids of the day. We'll go through the grid when they leave the holding area.
our next grid then leads the way. Our senior category is released from the holding area. 17 carts. But qualifying, Bruno Perla and Yanis Dominguez will take the front row. Carlos Kirikovs and Romans Rodionovs on row 2. Ilya Sheremetyev and Andrei Lipniks on row 3. Eric Marcus Yanimets and Artem Sestikov on row 4. Oliver Kerg and Joel Kasper Jopere on row 5 with Artur Karu and Lee Stoltermain. Recent graduate to the senior category on row 6. Ricards Vaikulis and Mark Spike, row 7. Ralph Stamers and Lars Reserve, row 8 with Kate Robaseva. Back of the field. Like everybody is behaving themselves. Soon slow down, so now forming the 2x2. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for senior category. We're a little bit late forming in the heat earlier. Still managed to do it. It did almost come to a stop, in fairness. There we go. We are now forming the 2x2. Everybody has joined it. Just in time as they get going. No, the starter not happy. Starter not happy. So our second restart of the day. We saw earlier on from our Micromax competitors. One more rolling lap. Common for the rolling starts to be repeated. The start line flagman has a responsibility of safety to make sure that the field are correctly formed. Leaving it very, very late to form up. Not stopping this time. Through the final turn they come. Is the start man happy this time? Yes, he is! We are racing once again. Well, second doesn't change hands this time. Johannes Dominguez brushes his way through, actually up into the lead. I do believe that is Dominguez that has got up into the lead of the race. He has the 3:05, now leads the way. Not only did he not lose second, he gained first. Well, before they even got halfway in the lap. Well, Johannes Dominguez means business. Yogisu Gardi Klubi, number 3:05. Dominguez from Fela, from Kirikovs, from Rodionov. Sestikov up into 5th. Sestikov gaining 2 from Andrei Lipniks and Ilya Sheremetyev. Championship wise, it's Artem Sestikovs that, but with only a slim lead over Oliver Kerg. Oliver Kerg is right the way down in 11th. Wasn't a great heat. Oliver earlier. Top 2. It's once again Dominguez and Perla. Slightly breaking away, Stammers and Robasera have got ahead of Oliver Kerg, and that's a change for the lead. Bruno Perla gets the inside line, coming through turn 5. A confident move to retake the lead, but Dominguez immediately counterattacks. I was saying about them taking their time. No such luck here. They are going for it from the off. That's brought Kirikovs and Rodionovs into this battle as well. And there goes Dominguez on the inside line of turn 12. Back up into the lead again. So it's Dominguez from Perla, from Kirikovs, from Rodionovs. The top four, half a second apart for those four. Vestikos has a world of pressure from behind as well in the 357 cart. Fifth position defending against Andre Leitnieks, Ilya Sharamita, and Joel Kasper operate, and Yanimets, and Karu, and Stammers. A lot of carts in that particular group. Top four. Oh, then we've got another change going on. Rodionovs is trying to make the move on Kirikovs, but that's actually brought the next group right into this mixture. Now it's Dominguez from Perla. Kirikovs still ahead of Rodionovs, and now that group line for third. Oh, and that's Perla on the inside line of four. Once again, the lead has changed hands. Look at this group. First down to about 8. All in this. And there's only 3 tenths actually between 8th and 9th. So really that is first to 11. In this long conga line. All right behind Bruno Perla. To the final turn they come. That looked like Dominguez trying to have a look on the inside, coming down towards turn 1. Doesn't make it fit. They've got some way to go. 6 minutes on the clock. And that's again Bruno Perla leaving the door open. Dominguez gets a great exit from turn 4. And now Kirikovs goes for second. And that's Perla down to 5th, I believe. So Bruno Perla from the lead to, I think, the 5th position he's now down to. Ken just could not get back to where he needed to be because the field is so close. But now it's Dominguez from Kirikovs from Rodionovs to top 3. Take him over the line. Oh, a 7th Bruno Perla went down to. Oh dear, oh dear. Dominguez, Kirikovs, Rodionovs, top 3. That tiny gap. Sestikovs, who's got Latnieks. The company. Then there's a bit of a gap to Yoperate. We've got Bruno Perla, Eric Marcus Lanimets, Ilya Sharamita, with Ralph Stammers. Group all the way down to 10th. Still in pretty short order. Latnieks is ahead of Sestikovs. Yoperate is fallen down to 10th. Joel Kasper Yoperate has made a mistake. Down to 10th position now. It's Kirikovs and Rodionov side by side. Who's one out on that one? I think, yes, Kirikovs is still in second. But there was a challenge there for Rodionovs coming out of turn 5. Did not make it stick. And the top 3 all together. Then fuel for 4th. We've got time. Dominguez looking over his shoulder. Where is Carlos Kirikovs? He's staying. Oh, and that's a spin! That's a spin. There was impact there. And that's the 309. So what happened here? Oh, it was a bit ambitious there for the 362. That was Roman's Rodionovs. Inside, went for the inside line at 4. And unfortunately sent Carlos Kirikovs. Oh, I sent them both off spinning. That dropped both of them outside of the top 3. That now puts Latnieks up into second. With the pressure he's still got from behind. Dominguez still leads. Latvian second, Sestakov third, Bruno Perla back up into fourth. Ganimets fifth, Hammers sixth, Jeremy to seven, Yopper eighth, Robbie 7, 9, Spike inside the top 10. Ultraman 11th, Oliver Kerg. Championship front runner right the way down to 12th. He is having a miserable time. Kai Kulis in 13th, Kirikovs all the way down to 14th, Kari 15th, Rodionovs in 16th, with Asberg rounding up the field. 2.5 minutes to go. Dominguez with a second gap now. He will love the fact that these three are so glued together. Lamnieks, Perla and Sestakovs. One of these three is going to be disappointed. Not be on the podium. Who's it going to be? Another 4 or so laps to find out. Another group of three. The Yanimets is leading with Stammers and Sheremita hard on his case. So many different battles going on. 1.3 seconds the gap now for Dominguez. Bit of a nudge there from Perla on Lemnieks. And that's an inside maneuver for Bruno Perla. Gets the inside line coming through 5. Lemnieks just manages to shut the door on Artem Sestakovs in time. Bear in mind that Sestakovs is the championship leader. His main rival is Oliver Kerg, who finds himself having a pretty rotten weekend. I think he's having a great day. 1 minute to go. 2 laps. Kirikovs and Kai Kulis have swapped round for 13th place. Carlos Kirikovs not giving up yet. Quite right. Field is big. There's still positions to be gained. There's still one more race for this category, as there was for every other category of the day. Just now enjoying a 2-second lead up front. So Bruno Perla hasn't been able to break away too far from Latvians. Still time on the clock. 2 laps to go. Bruno Perla with the fastest lap of the race still, with a 44.129. Oh, that's a move there! Going through into turn 7 for the 360 car, the Stammers. Going through into 4th from Sestakovs. Very nicely done. Confident move down into turn 7. RG Racing entrant getting ahead of Andre Lemniek of SM Racing. So many potential battles going on. Final lap board now being shown. Dominguez, Perla, Lemniek, Stammers, Sestakovs, Jeremita, Yanimet, Yopper, Robert Seva, and Spike, your top 10. 3.1 second lead for Jonas Johannes Dominguez. Need not worry about the arguing going on behind him. What changes are we going to see in the last few corners? Seen people making moves in slightly unconventional places, but that's not going to worry. Car number 305 taking the pre-final win. That is Jonas Johannes Dominguez. Takes the win. Bruno Perla comes home in second. Andre Lemniek will take third. Alf Trainers will be fourth. Artem Sestakov, championship leader for MRG, in 5th position. Ilya Sheremita in 6th. Eric Marcus Yanimets in 7th. Joel Kasper Yopere in 8th. Gate Drobiseva will take 9th, with Marta Spike taking or rounding out the top 10. Elise Stottermain 11th. Carlos Kirikovs 12th. Oliver Kerg 13th. Rikards Kaikulis in 14th. Romans Rodinovs in 15th. Artur Karu in 16th.
Aspergerg rounding out the field. Amazing stuff as always from our senior contingent. We on stream get to enjoy some amazing highlights. Plenty to choose from. Did have to have a race restart. The 2x2 line not as closely formed as it should have been, but bold move from Dominguez to take the lead. Was duelled over between himself and Perla for a while, and then inside line, turn 12, inside of 4, which is where Perla got it back again, inside of 5, which is where Dominguez got it back again. The lead that Dominguez was not going to relinquish there was the impact between Kirikov's and Rodionov's. Unfortunate, never want to see it, but it's the nature of very, very close racing. Next up is the big guns. DD2 now leave the holding area. 15 karts in the grid. With Patrick Noel's Longmelis and Martin Zinovskis on the front row. Thomas Berskins and Devin Sagari on row 2. Christian Zemis and Ricards Baklagas on row 3, Elmars Mikkelsons and Andres Upkau on row 4. Roden Sprood and Ricards Calciums on row 5, Pete Sai and Harold Garaklis on row 6. Ivazus and Eurus Zeloitis on row 7 with Martin Sild rounding out the field. And it's the top 2 this time with the runoff. This and Janovskis. Ersteins have a narrow 13-point lead over Patrick Noel Vognelis. Heat didn't go his way this morning. Now the sun has disappeared behind the clouds. Is this going to make a fundamental difference to the track temperature? Potentially, but it somewhat depends on how long the sun remains shrouded for. 2x2 line formed very shortly. For a late formation. Oh, was that our DD2s that nearly came to a stop earlier? Could well have been. Ricards Calciums, our DD2 master pole sitter in 10th position. Patrick Noel's Longmelis second in the championship. Starting from pole up front. All right, 2x2 line is formed. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Coming up then for the DD2s. Very slow formation. They're coming over the line, and that is released. So we are racing for the DD2 pre-final. Continue their clean sweep. Not a good start for Martin Zinovskis. He's down to 4th. Things up into 2nd, Jan Zemis 3rd. Top 2 glued to each other, Longmelis and Bersteins, as they pretty much have been all season. Right on their case is Christian Zemis. Oh, ow, close, they want to flirt with the grass. I don't know if they've been doing that all weekend, but as you must use every millimetre of track space, but go slightly too deep and that is going to hurt. Melis from Bernstein's from Jan Zemis, your top 3. And Bernstein's breaking away slightly well. They did briefly. Bernstein's just nudged the back of Longmelis. Longmelis didn't have a good run on the exit of turn 9. That's brought the 405 of Christian Zemis into this lead battle.
Are they going to take their time, make the move later, or are they going to go gung-ho? Racing instinct will want to just make every move when you possibly can. See what they choose to do. Don't have to defend for longer. Bernstein's from Jan Zemes. Janowskis leads back from 4th on to 12th. Bit of a moment there for Loch Mellis in the lead. Suddenly bounced slightly. We have a three-way fight here. There's numerous of them in fairness. That is Nicholson, Spruan and Zach Vargas fighting for 6th place. Right behind them is this wonderful pack of 10th to 14th. 6, 7 and 8, all very close together. Nicholson, Spruan, Vargas. Anderson Bernstein very close together. Gap down Zemes a little bit, thrown him into the clutches of Janowskis. Gardy's not far away either. Purple and white accented the 444. The Bernsteins just glued to each other yet again. Faster the karts, the more relentless the cornering feels. These are some of the hardest karts of the weekend to control. These guys make it very, very easy. Barely over a 10th between our top two when they came over the line. Zagardi has gotten ahead of Janowskis for 4th. Ooh, is that Loch Mellis being wrong-footed by Bernstein's? Not quite. He's trying. Thomas Bernstein's trying to get Loch Mellis out of his rhythm. He gets the inside line to get it done. It didn't work for him in the first race. He does manage to get it done. Loch Mellis demoted from the lead. Thomas Bernstein's up into the lead. Loch Mellis second, just manages to shut the door at Zagardi, who's out in third. This is a big group, all hustling for the lead. The top 5 all very close together. Next 2 in short order as well. Superb stuff. And this is the thing, is that if you go to a move and it doesn't work, you are at the mercy of those around you who have still got their momentum. You've got to regain your momentum and get back in the right position. And at times we've seen it where someone goes for a move and they end up losing several positions as a result. Zagardi now up into third in the ATS Racing Rebel 4. To put pressure on the championship leader. Get past Patrick Noel's Loch Mellis first. Evan Zagardi is not in the championship for every single round. In round 2 and round 4, I believe. We've got them a long way down in the championship, but almost what makes it mean. And that's a move there for Janowskis on the inside line of turn 5. Wrong-footed the treble 4, run through 2, 3 and 4. Zagardi then knocked out of the podium positions for now.
he do anything about it. So Janovskis, the 4-2-2, third in the championship. His main rival, Patrick Noel-Melis. Now the next guy down the road. 1.1 second separates the pair of them. First is Long-Melis, locked together once again. 2.5 seconds separates them over the line. 10-7. Brief look over the left shoulder for the championship leader. This has managed to give himself a tiny bit of breathing space. Well, huge amount. Half minutes to go. That's the lap of the race. Still belongs to Patrick Noel-Melis. 1:36.44. Oh, move there for Long-Melis for the lead. That is turn 7. Oh no, he's gone off. Bit of a dodge there from Bernstein's. You have to be very, very careful about how he rejoins the track, but that's Long-Melis now tumbling down through the field. Bernstein's now has been caught by the next group of 3 of Janovskis, Zagardi, and Pansemis. Oh, within 3.5 seconds. Long-Melis down to 9th. Following that impact between himself and Thomas Bernstein's. Passes that. Look at that, just half a tenth between Bernstein's and Janovskis when they come over the line. All within touching distance of each other. Minute and change to go. 3 or so laps left. It's it out. He's in a position on Thomas Bernstein's. See how many times the race leader is looking over his shoulder. To be very, very defensive. Or if Janovskis is able to challenge, doing a brilliant job of staying tyre tracks of the 411 RG entrant. And once more, 2 laps remain. 4, a second apart. Tillotson now going to the group for the lead. 3-way fight behind them for 5th. Roland Spruder, Andreas Utkamp, and Patrick Noel-Melis. Damage mitigation for Long-Melis then. As the timer has now elapsed. Lead group work their way through final turns for the penultimate time. In the pre-final, final lap board is shown. Long-Melis gone ahead of Utkamp for position. And we'll see what the stewards have to say about the impact between Bernstein and Long-Melis. That is their decision to make. Look at Zagardi, he's getting on Janovskis' case. What he's able to do. Is he able to do anything indeed? Doesn't look like it so. So coming to the final corners for the final time in the pre-final, it is Thomas Bernstein that takes the win. Janovskis takes second, Zagardi third. Mikkelsen, beg your pardon, fourth. Spruder is 5th. Utkamp 6th. Garkakis in 7th. Freed tie in 8th. Vargas 9th. Where did Long-Melis go? Oh, he's 5th. I do beg your pardon. Freed tie, Vargas in 10th. And Zalaitis 11th. Goose 12th. Count Siemens in 13th. Still 14th. we lost in the course of the race Chris Janssens. Next up is our DD2 amateur contingent.
Away go the amateur DD2 pre-final then, released from the holding area. Carlos Brickis on the front row along with Rando Kleiman. Rico Fram and Edmonds, Defix, row 2, Kristaps Alexans, Marcus Brickis on row 3, Dmitry Antonevics rounding out the field. I believe it was Marcus Spickers didn't make. It was indeed Marcus Spickers that didn't make the start of the heat. Here we have all 7 cars out there this time. We do. All 7 cars made it this time. Form up. 2x2 line. 10 minutes plus 1 again. Rickis and Kleiman leading them towards the line. Will we have a clean start again from our DD2s, our amateur DD2s? Through onto the lines. We do indeed. We are racing here in Madona. And a good start from Rando Kleiman. Sweeps around the outside of Carlos Brickis and demotes the 455 entrant to second. One good making the move at the start. Oh, and that's a challenge for second. Before I come off there, Rodrigo Frams. That's not quite complete the move. It's Kleiman from Brickis from Frams, your top 3. With Galaxon's not far behind. And equally, Suzefix not far behind him again. So the top 5. The field have not fragmented very far at all. Kleiman from France, Spickis and Antonevics swap round. Oh, that was not a good exit there from turn 5 for race leader Rando Kleiman. Carlos Brickis could not quite capitalize on it. Top 3 now breaking away from the field. The next group of 3, Calixon, Suzefix and Spickis, involved in their argument for 4th. Oops, bit of a wiggle there from Rodrigo Frams. And it still leads the way. Carlos Brickis taking his time, not giving any quarter to his competitor ahead. But he can't just focus ahead of him. Rodrigo Frams is ready to relieve him of a position behind. They were about a second behind the lead 3 when they come over the line of 4. Top 3, 6, a bit 10 apart. Zepix up into 4th position now ahead of Kristaps Calixons, with Marcus Spickis on their case as well. Demetrius Antonevics a little bit off the back of that group in 4th. All eyes at the moment on our lead trio, as it was from second heat. 3 once more locked in battle. Is Carlos Brickis going to find his way past, or is he biding his time? Oops. Going freewheel, going tripod mode was Kleiman coming up into turn 4. Just, and only just, managed to shut the door on Carlos Brickis there. That slightly cost Brickis some momentum. That's thrown into the clutches of Rodrigo Frams. As they are. Just the art of driving quickly, it is the art of defending heavily. That is very, very taxing on the drivers. Especially if it's somewhat hot. The sun bathes the Madona circuit in warm sunshine once again. Just catches the apex there of turn 7. That doesn't cost him anything. No harm, no foul. A bit of breathing space between himself and Rodrigo Frams. For him to relax though. Still doing 84 plus kilometers over the line. On the race is Carlos Brickis. Another. Wow. Okay. So we've had 45.000 several times today. We now have that same fastest lap set by 2 different drivers in the same race. Brickis and Frams both have managed to set 45.000 on the previous lap. That is amazing consistency. Only ever seen that once before, and it was the same pole time instead, and that was a karting event as well. Oh, Brickis is getting close. He could well be challenging for the lead. A bit of a slide there for Kleiman. Losing momentum. Just keep it all shut though. As Brickis gets past Calixon for 5th position. Kleiman is having to work very, very hard to keep Rodrigo Frams behind. Time though. What Brickis has.
The question is going to be: is Carlos Brickis keeping something in reserve to challenge for the race lead later on? Oh, and there he goes on with his impact between Brickis and Kleiman. That's potentially put Carlos Brickis out of the race. That's put Frams right on Kleiman's case. Well, now was the door shut, or was it an over-ambitious move? And that is Carlos Brickis out of the race. Something potentially had snapped. Was quite an impact. Hasn't slowed Rando Kleiman down. Now, here we go, Frams. Here's the pursuer. Never want to see it. That's the nature of racing. Oh, Rodrigo Frams. And going for a tighter line coming through turn 4. Doesn't get the overlap though. Oh, he's gone for turn 11 though. Oh, again, he realised that wasn't on and bowed out of that. Lots of a tiny bit of momentum, a little bit of space. One of the marshals was looking at the back of Rando Kleiman's car to see if there was any kind of visible damage. Looking at his face, he hasn't got any of that. Like there's anything hanging off of the 422 carts. Officials happy for 422 to continue. Go Frams though. There of one opponent in the form of Carlos Brickis. Now relegated to unwilling spectator for the rest of this race. Both drivers getting an almost identical exit from that final turn. Still not able to work his way past. No Kleiman. Brilliant car positioning. Just keeping the advances of Rodrigo Frams at bay. FX Crew would love to be involved in the battle for the lead, but is seconds back, a little bit on his own. 2 laps to go. Oh no, beg your pardon, 3 laps to go. There's just enough time for there still to be time on the clock when they come over the line. Rodrigo Frams trying everything he can to get Kleiman out of his rhythm. Yet, to succeed, to unrivaled pace compared to the field. Just beating the flag by about 6 seconds, thereabouts. And that has now elapsed. Oh, and again, you saw Frams got a good exit out of turn 5, but did not go for the move. Did not feel that he could go for that overlap down to turn 7. Oh, he's gone for turn 11 though. Oh, and there's impact between the two again. Rodrigo Frams bows out of that. Cost him momentum. Can he regain it in 1 lap? Or has he just handed Rando Kleiman victory? Half a second between them. 10th between them to come over the line. Does Rodrigo Frams have anything left to deploy against Rando Kleiman?
closed in. That was his spot that he was trying to make the move. That the turn 11, but he was too far back on this occasion. And it is going to go the way of the 422 karts. Brandon Kleiman rounds the final corner and takes the win in the DD2 Amateur pre-final. Chased home by Rodrigo Franz. Edmund Suzetic takes the third position spot. Marcus Spickis wasn't in the heat earlier on. Comes home in fourth. Kristaps Kalixons is fifth. Demetrius Antonevics is sixth. Sadly, with that impact, we lost Carlos Brickis. All right, we are flying through the schedule as we are now heading towards the Tillet T4 pre-final. We'll be right back. The final pre-final race of the day now leaves the holding area. It's the Tillotson T4s. 8 carts take to the grid. It's Elizabeth Johan Saltz that takes the front row alongside Davis Zulmans. Kirill Dmitrievs alongside Daniel Peteris Berzins will have row 2. Rudolf Berzins and Edvars Jimenez. We had a big spin in the heat earlier today. Have row 3. Dave Grossberger, Justs. have row 4. Looks like Dave Grossberger didn't suffer the same issues getting out of the holding area as he did earlier on. And, well, Elizabeth Saltz is very much in a hurry. Yeah, really enthralling. I think the top 4 battle times. See what the longer race then has in store. As they start to slow down then for the 2x2 line. Interesting that some categories form it early, some form it very late. As mentioned, as long as it is formed to the starter's satisfaction when they come over the line, that's all that really matters. I think that's Justs that is having a bit of a weave. It was indeed at the back of the field through the final turns. The final turn, number 16. Are they formed to the starter's satisfaction? Yes, they are! Tillet and T4 keep their clean starts record alive as second has changed hands already. Ormans has lost out to Kirill Dmitriev's. As we've seen, that doesn't stop anybody from really challenging at every opportunity they can possibly get. But, as we said, doing the longer race. Oh, there's a challenge on the inside line of 10-11. That, I think, was Grossberger on the inside line of Daniel Gutierrez-Berzins. So Elizabeth Saltz leads the field over the line. It's just holding a little bit off the back. The rest of the field very, very close. The top 4 in particular. Just 6/10 separating them. Oh, that was Berzins, Daniel Gutierrez-Berzins, having a look at David Zolmans. Didn't quite come off. Saltz, good exit. Oh, and that's wrong-footed there for the 919. That's Daniel Gutierrez-Berzins. Yeah, he's going to lose that one. The 965 car. Oh, that is... How interesting. The 919, Daniel Gutierrez-Berzins, indicating the 965 of Dmitriev's to take the position back again. Now Zolman's ahead of Dmitriev's. Could be that Daniel Gutierrez-Berzins wasn't happy with how that overtake took place and opted to give the position back and has gone for it on the inside line of 7. Well, there's no... Well, he threw something out of the car then. I don't think he did. Could be a gesticulation of frustration there from Berzins, but yeah, he was challenging for the lead. Right up front, he's not that far away from him, in fairness. Saltz and Zolmans. 949 glaring at the back of Elizabeth Saltz. Pole sitter. Got to think about the time that's left. Got to think about when they make a move or how long they have to defend against a move or from a move being made. After a move's been made, I should say. See then if David Zolmans is able to work his way past Elizabeth Saltz, or if Saltz is able to
fend off the advances of the 949 car. David Zollmans with the fastest lap so far, 50.251. Three karts into the 50s at the moment, which is our top three. Oh no, beg pardon, top four now. Managing to do so as Kirill Dmitrievs as are getting into the 50s. As on stream, we're looking at the 931, which is Edvars Kimenes trying to make a move on Dace Grossberger for 6th position. Didn't come off, but good attempt. Zollmans, are they being caught by Daniels Pateras Berzins? They were last time around by 3 to 4 tenths. See what the lap times are this time around. Thoughts from Zollmans. Daniels Berzins fastest lap of the race. Now Daniels Pateras Berzins, so he is pressing on to gain on the top two. 1.4 seconds as they came over the line. Definitely want Salts and Zollmans to be arguing and slow themselves down, but at that pace difference he will be there. He gained another couple of tenths on David Zollmans' last lap. Right there with him. That's definitely not a second and a half between Berzins and the leader. Oh, nowhere near it. 50.056, half a second gain for the 919 of Daniels Pateras Berzins. As it face Grossberger and Edvars Kimenes have swapped round for 6th place. 10-13 doesn't prove unlucky for the 931 again. Oh, look at this. Daniels Pateras Berzins now right in the tyre tracks of Davis Zollmans. Very much now defensive, and that's going to potentially drag him away from the race leader. Elizabeth Saltz will be enjoying that. The Zollmans going a little bit more defensive coming into that final turn. 4 minutes to go. At the half-second gain for Berzins. You can't keep gaining that. He hasn't got half a second to gain. Oh, on Davis Zollmans. Oh, he's banzaied the inside of turn 7. Gets the overlap. And does get the position. David Zollmans is relegated to 3rd. Daniels Pateras Berzins now focusing very much on Elizabeth Johan Saltz. 925 car's going to have it all to do. Has Elizabeth been keeping any in reserve? That's always the question. From a spectator's perspective, it's near impossible to tell. Almost equidistant to the top 3 as they come over the line. Then it is Dmitrievs further back. Well, don't count Kirill Dmitrievs out either. He's got a few seconds to gain. But he is getting faster laps in than those ahead of him. Or certainly than David Zollmans did. So Dmitrievs may, if Zollmans makes a mistake, Dmitrievs may be able to challenge for a podium, but I think David Zollmans is going to have to concede that 2 ahead of him are a little bit out of his reach, unless, of course, they come together. 2.5 minutes to go. Saltz and Berzins once more. David Zollmans doing what he can to take contention. 49.976 from Daniels Pateras Berzins. He's got pace in reserve to deploy. Does Elizabeth Saltz have any answers to it? Oh, there he goes on the inside line of turn 9. Can he hold it? He gets the inside line of turn 10. And that is the lead in Daniel Berzins' favour. Well, Elizabeth Salt still glued to the bumper of the 919. It's going to allow Zormans to close in a bit as well. Now this is an opportunity there for 919. Daniels, Pateris, Berzines to try and break away. Elizabeth Salt's not having that. 3 laps to go. Rosberger and Jimenez are swapping around again for 6th position. David Solmans involved in this battle again. You saw there, Elizabeth Salt had a good run on the exit of turn 7, but nowhere to use that momentum, or didn't use that extra momentum. Here comes Solmans, and you see the 925. She had a look over her shoulder. Definitely feeling the pressure coming through. 13, 14, 15. Now final turn. Salts gets the inside line. First get the exit from the final turn. Can't get the overlap. Down into turn 1. 2 laps to go. Considering the pace difference, I did somewhat think that Daniels Pateris Berzines was going to run off into the distance, but he's had a bad exit from turn 5. That's opened the door for Elizabeth Salt. She runs Pateris Berzines wide on the exit of 7. And that's allowed Zormans through. So now the lead battle is Elizabeth Salt's and Davis Solmans. Wow. She wasn't afraid to get her elbows out. Stays in the more defensive posture, coming down to 12. No opportunity to overtake through 13, 14, 15. Final lap. Final lap board shown. Daniel Pateris Berzines may have a few things to say about that. Now Elizabeth Salt's going to be defending for all she's worth. Davis almost trying to get wider line through turn 7 to maximize his exit speed. Let's not get the overlap. Turn 11's been a favourite. Turn 12 has been used. Here comes 11. Oh, Silts was wise to that. Oh, she got a little bit too deep. Solomons that put him on the outside line. That was never going to work. And through the last few corners, Elizabeth Saltz has secured the win. 1 corner to go. And the win for the Tillet and T4 pre-final goes the way of the 95 kart of Elizabeth Johan Saltz. Second is David Solmans. Third is Daniels Pateris Berzines. Fourth is Kirill Dmitrievs. 5th will be Rudolf Berzines. 6th, Dave Crossberger. 7th, Edvars Jimenez. 8th will be Ingus Justs. Oh, great action from our T4 pre-final. That one moment there for Daniels Pateris Berzines being run wide on the exit of 7 was all Elizabeth Saltz needed. David Zolmans then followed through as the stream enjoys some great replay action here. So there's no break here. We are straight into our finals, our final 8 races. Final race for each of our categories. We'll come back to our Micromax contingent for their final race, the 11-minute plus 1 lap. Stick with us. We'll come back when the grid is ready to announce. So for the final time, our Micromax competitors take to the field. Yes, Yositis alongside Carlos Bensons. Yes, Kratzionis alongside Jokubas Yositis. Dominic Lepp and Martins Lapins on row 3 with Rodrigo Tarins at the back of the field. 7 karts in this race. This is going to be very, very testing on the drivers. In fact, all of the drivers. It's been going all day. This is then the longest race of the day. All 8 of our content categories. It's the top 3 this time that have run off. This Yositis, Carlos Bensons, here's Kratzionis. Remaining 4 in their own little group. They're already practicing their overtakes. Well, why not? Nothing wrong with that. I mean, it would become a problem if they started hitting each other off, but Carlos Benzines side by side with wrong car initially. He was side by side with Kratzionis. He needs to be alongside Yositis, which he now is. The 2x2 line now formed. Will be a clean start for the Micromax. Again, they formed the 2x2 line quite early. As long as the starting marshal is happy. That must feel so slow. So a couple of the drivers getting a little bit impatient. 11 minutes plus 1 lap. No. No. Carlos Benzines, I think it was very out of position. Carlos Benzines, beg your pardon. He'd already come across too early. I think he realised he'd done it. Racing instinct kicking in slightly too early there. You've got to think that these guys are at the beginning of their racing careers, so these are when they can be slightly more forgiven for making mistakes like this. Learning their craft, they're perfecting their art. And they are very, very young. Mistakes are a little bit more understandable. Through 13. Up towards final turn. Here they come then. Are they good this time? Yes, they are. We are racing then the Micromax final gets underway, and again, Carlos Benson's loses out to Gracionis in the 99 kart. That's why Benson's was trying to cut across early. There's a definite advantage to those on the inside line, even if you do have a kart already ahead of you. Zaitis and Gracionis once more. A little bit of a gap back to Carlos Benson, who has the rest of the field on his case. Zaitis and Lep very, very close together for 4th place. 11 minutes will feel like a very long time when they get towards the closing stages. Zaitis, Carlos Benson's. Well, Carlos Benson's relegated to 3rd. Is Gracionis in 2nd. Mikis has stood on the top step before. It is generally with Carlos Benson he is arguing with. Also with Oskars Pedkovas, not in this race. The driver that has challenged towards the front is Emilius Chapauskas. We saw last time out at Jelgava. Benson's now closed back in on the top 2. He's fended off Dominic Lep and thrown him to the clutches of Jakubas Zaitis, Martin Snappins. So they continue their argument for 4th. So 2 3-way fights, as has been, broadly speaking, the general way of things this weekend for Micromax. This is Itis. 4th. Bud was 2nd in the championship. His main rival was Mikis Gracionis. Carlos Benson's with that comfortable gap up front. This time, very much on the case of his 2 arch rivals, very early this time. Wasn't quite there in the previous 2 races of the day as quickly as this. Otis won the pre-final at Jelgava. He also won the pre-final at Tavar back in May. Oh, that's impact between Benson's and Gracionis. Bit of understeer there from the number 3. So he went for the inside line. I think it's understeered into the 99 of Rmc Gracionis. That's put him behind Dominic Lep. It does look like he's able to maintain pace. Nothing has been damaged, or nothing is substantially damaged in the number 3. Yeah, went for the move into turn 5, and that's again the nature of these karts, the nature of this field, and all of our karting fields, because they are so close, so much of the field. The move doesn't pay off. You are at the mercy of your other competitors. Now, Carlos Benson's up against the AIX racing entry of Dominic Lep, the Estonian. 2 MRG contingent. Try and run off into the distance up front. They will be on representing the same team, but they are still representing themselves. And Carlos Benson goes to the inside line at the final turn. There was a little bit of a defensive posture there from Dominic Lab. Was not enough. There was enough of a gap there for the number 3 to slip through, and that is back up into third. Position 3 for car number 3. He'll be kicking himself for that mistake, but it's very easy to let those little mistakes just fester a little bit too long. Make you start questioning your ability, questioning your lines. This again is part of the trade that youngsters are learning, how to deal with the mental pressure of racing, of having pressure applied and applying the pressure, but also dealing with mistakes, getting back in the saddle, so to speak. Over halfway in the race now. This is Itis. Leads the way by half a second over Remigius Grationis. Fastest lap of the race belonging actually to Carlos Benson's now, 49.4. Grationis set his personal best last time around, 49.498. Gained just under a tenth on Yasitis. Dominic Lepp is not letting... Oh no, beg your pardon. This is the battle between Yasitis and Lappins we are looking at. Have swapped around since they've come across the line. The number 69 cards of Martins Lappins on ahead of the 16 of Jacobus Yasitis, third of the MRG racing carts. Find a way through, trying to wrong foot his opponent. On they continue. 4 minutes to go. This will be where the fatigue starts to kick in. They won't realise that until they stop. There was a bit of a moment there for Jacobus Yositis. Thought about trying to use the extra momentum on Martins Lappins, but didn't go for it. Different battlers, Yositis and Grationis. This is our lead battle. These two have been locked together all weekend. Still, they are glued together. Yositis still hanging on to the lead. Be desperate to keep Grationis behind. Championship may be out of the Drivers' Championship may be out of reach, but they're still looking to prove their worth and continue to win races, make themselves valuable commodities for team representation. 5, 6, and 7 for our lead pair. 2 minutes 20 left. Either too deep or a bit more defensive for the 17. Is that going to compromise him up into 11? Not quite. This is Itis. Really feeling the pressure from Grationis. To the line once more. Less than 2 minutes remain. Benson still with the fastest lap, still faster than anybody else on track at the moment, but with 2 seconds to close in, may rule him out of the battle for the top 3. Another perfectly round lap, Jacobus Yositis, 50.000. Quite a few of them today. Well done. Oh, that's an inside maneuver coming up into turn 11 for the 99 Grationis. He's got him. He's managed to get it done. 2 laps after this one remaining. Has he timed that right, or does Itis have something in reserve? Once more. It's going to allow Carlos Benson to close in a bit, but not enough. Have two laps left after this one. Who's got anything left in reserve? Does Carlos Benson's? Can he dig deep and get himself involved in this argument between the MRG pair ahead of him? We have to concede for third position. Over the line, about 10 seconds left on the clock, so not last lap, I can't count, I beg your pardon. Still 2 laps to go. I've said that about 3 times now. Still, Yazaitis on the back of Kratsianis. Now the timer has elapsed. 2, including this one. Can Yazaitis regain the lead, or does his Kratsianis have enough to defend against his teammate? Oh, it's a bold move to try and gain some momentum. Kratsianis goes for the defensive line. Does Yazaitis have the momentum into turn 1? He doesn't. Good defensive posture there for the 99. But that's an inside maneuver into turn 4. Yazaitis has got the lead again in the 17 cars. It's a wrong foot. Rmc Kratsianis. Carlos Benson's is going to close in, but not quick enough unless these two tangle. Number 3's right there. 10, 11. Is there one last move for the 99, or does Kratsianis have it? Or does Yazaitis have it, beg your pardon? It's a win for the number 17. Emilius Yazaitis takes the win, chased home by Rmc Kratsianis. Carlos Benson's right there with him as well. The top 3 a second apart, less than a second apart. Imagine he's very happy about that. Dominic Lepp has got 4th with Jokubas Yazaitis in 5th. Martin Lapins in 6th with Rodrigo Tarrins coming home in 7th. That is it for our Micromax. It's the Minimax for the 11-minute plus 1 lap up next. The finals for the Minimax are now on track. 6 carts for this race. It is Juris Pluxner and Klav's Hands. Once again, the MRG and RM Latvia carts up front. Rodrigo Kakas and Dominik Stargis on row 2 with Mark Kononovs and Kaitis Bike rounding out the field. Well, what can our youngsters do this time? And as we said, 11 minutes plus 1. Two by 2 by 2 this time. No one running off into the distance. That's a sign no driver ever wants to see, is slow. But again, a big shout out to the Marshals, or as we call them here in the UK, the Orange Army. We literally couldn't go racing without them. Passion and dedication make racing possible. Huge shout out to them. The 2x2 line now formed. And they're bumping each other. That's to be expected. I mean, they are literally touching. 6 karts then take to Madona for the final time in this category. Through the final turn. Will they get their start underway the first time I'm asking? Good. Yes, they do. So, do we have any changes? We do indeed. That is Kakas and Hans swap round for second. Most common turn 1 overtake we've seen all day. Does tend to be contested for the rest of the race, which makes things nice and exciting for us. Been Luxner and Hans all day. And Rodrigo Kakas get involved. The other 3 in the field aren't far behind either. Dargis, Spike and Kononovs. So over the line then for the first time in anger. Luxner from Hans. Beg your pardon, from Kakas from Hans. Dargis, Kononovs and Spike behind them. The field splitting into 2 groups of 3 at the moment. See then what Luxner is able to do. The next group of 3. Dargis and the 119 has broken away slightly from Kononovs and Spike. The back 2 have swapped round. That is going to give Dominic Dargis an opportunity to get some breathing space. Time to settle into their rhythm. The part of the difficulty for the young drivers is knowing you've got somebody behind you. Not overdriving the kart, and equally if you are the one that is in position to try and make a move, when do you do it? Do you do it early? Defend for all you're worth, or do it later? Try and deny your opponent the opportunity to counterattack, but if you get it wrong, you haven't got time then to prepare and make the move again. So then, who is getting the fastest laps on the board? It looks like it's Klav's Hans with the 47.648. He is in the back of this particular trio. There is more pace for the 169 should he choose to deploy it. He's going to have to adjust his line. Same with Rodrigo Kakas. Juris Pluxner wasn't quite comfortable coming through turn 9. Oh, that's left the door open for Rodrigo Kakas. That moment at turn 9 just denied Pluxner the momentum he needed. Through into the lead. It goes the 153 of Rodrigo Kakas. He capitalised on a mistake there. Again, you don't look the gift horse in the mouth. It was a very weird phrase if you take it literally. Kakas from Pluxner from Hans. Usually we're seeing Hans in the top 2. See what he is able, or this weekend I should say. Hans has had a bit of an up and down season this year. This weekend has definitely been a strong showing. Taking the win in the second heat. Podium for the pre-final. Set again to round out the podium collection. Ooh, that was a bit of a flirt with the grass there for Juris Pluxner.
kept his foot in and kept the momentum high. Goes to the inside line at turn 4. Wrong foot's Pluxner, and that is a beg your pardon, wrong foot's Kakas, and that is now the 163 of Joris Pluxner back up into the lead. Does Klav Hans, he's getting fidgety behind the 153, isn't he? And he's gone for the move up at turn 11. Doesn't get the overlap though. Well defended from Rodrigo Kakas. Almost equidistant at the top 3, so Pluxner not able to break away just yet. Good move for the 163 to take the lead back. Is that Dominic Dargis behind them? He gained about half a second on Klav's Hands. Okay, 0.3 of a second last time around. So Dominic Dargis in the 119. We'll see if he's able to maintain that pace difference. Coming up towards the flag. We're over halfway in the race now. Beg your pardon, we're just about to hit halfway in the race. Feel very, very intense for our top 3. They have closed up a bit. See what the gap is. First to third, it's 0.5 of a second. Definitely, the gap has definitely come out between Klav's Hands and Dominic Dargis then. So about 0.8 of a second on that occasion. Very, very close together once again. These 3 have been locked together all weekend. Rodrigo Kakas took the finals win at Kendava. Had a sprinkling of podiums through the season. With the absence of championship leader Patrikis Josias. Oh, that's a bit of a move there, but that's not worked for Hans Kakas. Rodrigo Kakas, beg your pardon. But somehow he manages to defend against Klav's Hands to hold on to second position. So he went for the inside line up at 5, hit the apex too hard. Yeah, just about positioned his car to prevent 169 of Klav's Hands coming through. The rest of the field are fairly spread out. All eyes on the top 3 for now. He's closing a little bit on Dominic Dargis, so there might be a challenge for 4th before the checkered flag falls. We will have to see. Lead group come through 9 and 10. Hands fallen a little bit off the back of Kakas. Oh, look how close the top 2 are now. So, Hans is going to have to bide his time here. It's a tiny bit wide there for Rodrigo Kakas, but no harm, no foul. Klaus Hans has already closed that gap back down. Gap between these 3 just ebbs and flows. One has a better corner than the other 2, and then one of the other 3 has a better corner than the other 2, etc., etc. Forcing the error, it's capitalizing on the error. That is the important part. 0.4 of a second, 4.5 of a second between the top 3. So close. That's got to be really rattling the nerves of Joris Pluxner. He knows where he's stronger. He knows where he's weaker. He knows where the likely overtaking spots are. He's going to have to bear all that in mind. Last few laps. 1.5 minutes on the clock. And that's a big move on the final turn. Rodrigo Kakis takes the lead. A confident move for the 153. Brings Clark's hands right back into the mixture. Not that he'd fallen that far away from it. Top three still glued absolutely together. Actually, Dargers and Kononovs are very, very close together. So there is a battle for fourth looming between the 119 and the 131 cars. About 5 seconds behind the group, and just as I say that, they are side by side through turn 11. Let's see who wins out on that one. Back towards the line. The 119 is still ahead, so Dominic starts fending off the advances of Marcus Kononovs. Penultimate lap. Like further back from the two ahead of it. Top three absolutely glued together. It's been the story of the weekend for the Mini Max category. Turns, the timer has now elapsed. There's the final lap board. Rodrigo Kakis is probably quite relieved to see. His attack quite well. Does Joris Pluxner have an answer? Clark's hands. And didn't need to make any moves, didn't need to get involved in battles ahead of him. Comfortably in the lead of the championship coming into the weekend. But it is going to be a victory for the 153 for the finals race of the Mini-Max class. It is Rodrigo Kakis. Second is 163 of Joris Pluxner. Third is 169 of Clark's Hands. Fourth is 119 Dominic Stargis, fending off a spirited charge from Marks Kononovs and the 131 with Kaita Spike rounding out the field. We go to our longest races of the weekend now, 14 minutes plus 1 lap. Our junior category is up next. As the junior final have now left the holding area, it's Tom Strella once more that starts on the pole position. He is alongside Hans Marcus Narusk. Teamers Pekarika, the 241 car, is third. Adrian Tions, so it's been a weekend of recovery for him. Starts in fourth with Fernando Pemry and Marcus Yauk on row 3. Martin Volks
and Aloysius Jakovicius on row 4, Gabriel Moses, Kristaps Lipens on row 5. The warm-up laps to go. Forming the 2x2 line. 14 minutes will feel like an absolute age for some of the drivers. To the final corner they come. Will they get their start underway for the first time? They do indeed. Wow, big defense there from Strela. That's actually allowed Zekarika to come through into second position ahead of Hans Markus Narusk. Right behind them, Fernando Pemry. Everybody has survived the opening few turns. It was the most nervous part of any race for most drivers. Ooh, bit of a look there for the 255. Markus Narusk trying to get back up into second. No dice coming up into turn 11. Through the final turn then for the first time in anger. The two winners and losers are Strela, Korekia, Markus Narusk losing that second spot. Also losing Adrian Tion, started 4th down to 7th. Disastrous start for him. A very mixed weekend for the 271. Mixed weekend indeed. Moises in 8th. Aloysius Jakovicius in 9th, and Kristaps Lipens rounding up the field. Field start to settle into their rhythm. The top 3 are, as they can be at this early stage, fairly well into the rhythm. Top 6 or so in the first pack. That is Strela down to Volts. And Tion's in Venice, only 2/10 further back. How well can Adrian Tions reset and get back into his rhythm? He overdrove quite a bit in the second heat race this morning. Had much stronger pre-final. We rediscover that form. A couple of seconds off the lead. Strela is not going to be an easy person to overtake. Oh, that's a move there. The Volts. Ever there, that's 6th position. Volts right the way down to 9th with that one moment there. Has managed to regain 8 from Jakovicius. Top group work their way through 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's Adrian Tions gaining 2. Whether there was impact between Yarrick and Pemry, Adrian Tions was able to capitalise on those who've been slow. He is now up into 4th place. For a bad start. He's really capitalised on the mistakes ahead of him very, very well. Strela with some breathing space. This Pekarikia would love some breathing space. With Marcus Marus breathing down his tailpipe. Doesn't look like Narusk is wanting just to let the lap count turn down. He's highly on the pressure. Tions, fastest lap of the race. The 271 on 45.197. Gets onto this group of three for second place. Lead gap now, a second for Tom Strella. Oh, was there a bit of a nudge there from Adrian Tions? It certainly looked close enough for the 271 to nudge the back of the 255. Top two cars representing SM Racing. Yogisu Cardi Klubi, number 255 of Hans Marcus Narusk, rounding out the podium three at the moment. Lead emerging entrant of Adrian Tions in fourth of the 271 car. He is closing in the gap. Well, this group of three are closing into the gap. To Strella ahead. Fill that lap at least. 1.2 seconds the gap now between Pekarikia and Tom Strella. See, Adrian Tions is itching to try and make the move. Or again, the Rusk trying to wrong foot Pekarikia and gets the inside line up into 11. He wrong footed him, lost in momentum. Tiny bit of momentum into 9, and the 241 car had a look on the inside line of 12. Couldn't get the position back, so that is Hans Marcus Marus. 255 up into second now. 1.9 seconds behind Tom Strella. But he's left the door open into turn 4. And there's Adrian Tions trying an outside maneuver, as well as Fernando Pemry trying to get involved in this battle as well. It's now a four-way fight. Five-way fight as Marcus Yauk is now involved. Inside line coming into turn 9. That's Narusk. He's lost 2 positions. He's lost one to Pekarikia and Tions, and also potentially to Pemry. Oh, Pemry's gone off! Fernando Pemry has gone off. He's back on circuit. You can see the frustration in the 277 driver. Was that impact or was that his own mistake? Looked like he just went, he couldn't rotate the car. Put him right the way down to 9th place. Now Strella leads Pekarikia by 3.3 seconds over the line. Adrian Tions now up into the podium 3. 250 car of Rusk. All the pressure in the world. Work their way through the final turns once again. Already over halfway in the race. Bit of a flip. Volt. Right in the middle of Gabriel's Moisen and Aloysius Kekavikius. There's the group for second, we can see on the screen. 241, Timo's Pekarikia. 271, Adrian Tions. 288, Marcus Yauk. Right behind them is 255, Hans Marcus Rusk. Leader, nearly 4 seconds down the road. Strella is having a superb weekend so far. Still 5.5 minutes to go. Still action behind him to conclude. Or side by side for Adrian Tions up in second. And well seen there by Timus Brakia.
Manages to shut the door on Yauk in the 288 car just about. Peons now, second position. 4 seconds to close in and less than 5 minutes to close it down. Adrian Tions is going to have to work hard to break away from those who've gone past. He's going to have a tiny bit of breathing space from Timus Prekia. But Prekia does not have any water from Marcus Yauk. Fastest lap of the race. Another 45.000. We've had loads of them. I'm a very happy man. I love those 000. We've got another 45. Superb. Does the lead drop? No, it doesn't. Tom Strella. Strella's fastest lap of 1:45.131. Last lap of the race is Adrian Tions with a 45 flat. There is Tions. Berekia, Yauk, and now Narusk in that group. So the battle for second still raging on, and that's an inside maneuver. That was a momentary mistake for Bekarikia, so Yauk went through, and then Narusk is now the pair of them. Brilliant opportunistic driving from Hans Marcus Narusk in the 255. He's up in the third. Bekarikia is the fifth, Yauk fourth. That particular exchange. This will be pleasing Adrian Tions. He's got himself a second's gap as they came over the line. Last thing he wants is to be looking over his shoulder. What this group of fantastic drivers are doing. Tom Strella, no one can touch him unless he goes off the road on his own accord. We haven't done all weekend long, as that's an overtaking opportunity there for Yauk. Couldn't get it done though before they came down to 12. Tried to get the inside line. Oh, the inside line in the final time, but has Marcus Narusk not having it. Whilst they're fighting, that's bringing in the next group of 3, and that's Narusk! That's Hans Marcus Narusk. He's gone for a spin. That drops him right out of the battle for third. Oh, he'll be kicking himself for that one. Now, was that a mistake or was he helped? Well, Yauk and Bekarikia are left to contend what is now third position. The 241 car lead of the pair, and they've got this three-way fight right behind them. The 250 of Gabriel Moises, with the 216 of Martin Volts, with the 227 of Moises Bekarikias, forming what could well be a 5-way conga line for the last podium spot. Fernando Pemre's not far behind them either. They only have 1.5 minutes left. Strella is, well, he checked out a while ago. Adrian Tions now is free of challenge. He's got 2.6 seconds in himself and his pursuers. Garika, though, not have any quarter being given on Marcus Yauk. Lap time as they come over the line. Personal best there for Tom Strella. 5.016. Doesn't need to push hard. Doesn't need to push enough. Well, let's see. Did Moises gain on Yauk? He did not. He lost a 10th. Looked like it. Visually on track, but looking at the lap time, the MRG Racing number 250 did lose a 10th of a second to the Aero Racing 288 of Marcus Yauk. 8 seconds until the timer has elapsed. Leader on the penultimate lap now. 1 to go after this. Fantastic racing our juniors, one of our seniors, our DD2s, and also our Tillet and T4s to come. Oh, that's an opportunity for Yauk on Pekarika, going down into turn 7. And parks it on the apex, but that's actually given momentum to Moises, and the 250 car who loses that momentum. The 216 of Volts flies through, and that's, after all that, Yauk is ahead of Pekarika and Volts is ahead of Moises. But that is now most certainly a 5-way conga line for third. The Yauk going into tyre saving mode there, cocking the inside rear wheel up in the air. Final lap board is displayed. There's nothing to worry about up front, and that's an opportunity there for Yauk. He's lost, so big one for Pekarika, and then through was Volts. Volts is up into the podium, they're 3 wide. Oh no, there's impact. That's Yauk that's gone for a spin. He got a bit of punch in the face. 216 has Volts has gone through into third. Then it's 241, I think that is. Oh my god, no, 227. Czechoslovakia's up into fourth. Then Yauk in fifth. My word, that got very, very lively. But over the line to win the race, Tom Strella takes the victory in the junior finals. Tion's in second. Volts third. Bet he is pleased about that. Sometimes you just got to be in the right place. Oh, lovely sportsmanship there from Tom Strella and Adrian's Tions. Tom Strella from Adrian's Tions in top 2. Martin Volts in third. Aloysius Czechoslovakia's fourth. Fernando Pembry fifth. Tinas Pekarika in sixth. Marcus Yauk in seventh. Gabriel's Moises eighth. Kristaps Lipins in ninth. Lost in the course of the race. Hans Marcus Karus. Wow. Now the turn of the seniors. They're 14-minute plus 1 lap to go. What a lot of highlights we to choose from that race. Wow, that absolutely flew by. The next 14-minute race plus 1 lap is coming up in the form of our senior category. they go, the seniors then. Biggest grids are the weekend. 17 karts. Taken to the field, Johannes Dominguez in the 305 on the front row with Bruno Perla. With Letniaks and Martin Sestakobs on row 2. Ilya Sheremetyan and Eric Marcus Yanimets on row 3. Joel Kasper, Jopere and Kate Trobiseva on row 4. Marta Spike and Alice Dottermain on row 5. Carlos Kirikovs and Oliver Kerg on row 6. Stamers and Ricard Strikulis on row 7. Rodionovs and Artikaru on row 8 with Asperserg at the back of the field. We are approaching halfway through our finals now. Just 4 races of the day remain. Seniors, and then we have our DD2s. Then it's the amateur DD2s. And then to round out the day is the Tillet and T4s. Thomas Yanis Dominguez will be forming the 2x2 line any moment now. There he goes. Yep. Opted to carry on going. Okay. There he goes. He seemed to like forming it late, this category. We said absolutely fine as long as it is formed before we get onto the start finish straight. All right. Through the final turn. Speed. Starter happy? Yes, he is. And seconds change hands again. Hello. Is it Latviax? I think it's Latviax that is up. And oh my goodness, side by side. Big move there into turn 4. Oh, and that's a spin. That's a spin in 5. That is the 350 kart of that's Kate Drobiseva. Has fallen right away back to the end of the field. That's a very wide 342 kart of Artikaru. Up front, it's a group of 4 and then a big contingent on the field from 5th and around about 12th or so. Sleep. Then the second, Bella third, Sheremetyan 4th. Sheremetyan is up into 3rd. Claimed that podium spot from Bruno Perla. We have a retiree. That looks like Stamers. There's a move on the inside line coming through turn 7. I think that was Bruno Perla. It was. That was getting 3rd position from the 390 of Sheremetyan. Now doing that, that's allowed the next group to close in. That's a very big group, so it's a tiny gap for the top 3. Then is a big contingent of the grid. Yeah, that's Ralph Stamers that has retired. The 360 car has had a problem. So, fingers from Letniaks from Perla to the top 3. Then big group from Sheremetyan. Oh, that's a move for Bruno Perla. That's another position he's gained. Inside line of turn 7. Now, he wants to chase off after Johannes Dominguez. The defensive move there from Jopere, who's up in the 5th position now. Dominguez, Letniaks. Then what must feel like the world of pressure behind. Dominguez from Perla, Letniaks from Jopere. Sheremetyan from Spike. The 266 star, Marta Spike. Up into 6th position, great start. Look how close it is. As we've seen time and again, how close it gets means that one tiny mistake could drop you so very far. Honest Johannes Dominguez doesn't have an awful lot to worry about yet. Depends if Bruno Pella is starting to push. Gain slightly, about half a tenth. Oh no, I was mentioning Marta Spike. Dropped down to 9th, that's unfortunate. Commentator goes to strong in this one. That's a big move there for the 3-2-1. That's Jopari on Lapniex. That's a podium spot then for Joel Casper Jopari. Oh, there's another move. That's the 357. That's Sestakov on Sharamita. Let's just get the move done. Kirikov's trying to follow through. Oh, look at Perla closing in on Dominguez now. Operate with Sharamita and Sestakov. Let me falling down to 6th. Kirikov's down to 7th. The driver's giving absolutely everything in that final race of the day. Look at the big group. It's from 399 Andrei Letniaks now down into 6th and all round about 12th. Rodiano. Oh, Dominguez is going to be feeling Bruno Perla's presence very, very soon at that rate. Jopari and Sharamita still aren't separated either. Dominguez leads. The lead coming down very, very, very slightly. By like 300ths of a second between the top two. Now, drivers just getting into their rhythm. This track being absolutely relentless in its corner assault. This is their longest race of the day. Dominguez he must know Bruno Pella's there. There you go, he looked over his shoulder. He definitely knows he's there now. That's a 10th gain, so less than half a second between the top two now. Jopari, who desperately wants the top two to fight and allow him with Sharamita and Sestakov to close in. Leader of the 305 of Thomas Johannes Dominguez. Yogasu Karda Klubi, number 305. Now, does Bruno Pella just bide his time? He can't really afford to do that. He won't want to give any quarter to Joel Casper Jopari behind him. Gap's already come down a few tenths. And Bruno Pella's going to want to get past Dominguez at this rate. We will see. We'll have about half the race still to go. Just over half the race to go. 10-11 come our leaders. 7/10 separates Jopari and Pella. 3rd to 4th. Sharamita and Sestakov just staying in the tyre tracks of the car ahead of them. Up front extended very, very slightly. Still, Dominguez can't afford to relax. You see the stranded 360 car of Ralph Stamers. All the pressure that Joel Casper Jopari is feeling now from Ilya Sharamita. 390 car piling it all on, but equally can't keep all eyes forward. 357 of Artem Sestakov's is looming very, very large behind. Final turn. I think it's started to open the gap, I think, a little bit. Yeah, that was another, well, again, it was only half a tenth, but just opening those tiny little bits prevents Bruno Pella from trying to make a banzai move anywhere. See what the strategy is moving forward.
Battle for third, still very, very tense. It's Yopri, Cheremita, and Sestikovs. Right behind them is Stolchamain and Kirikovs. With Lapniaks, who's started inside the top three. Fallen down to 8th now. Yanimets. Spike there as well. Big contingent. Rodionovs have got themselves inside the top 10. Robins Rodionovs ahead of Marta Spike. This group of four we're watching on stream at the moment. The 399 of Lapniaks is being demoted. Another position, another 2, another 3 position. One mistake has demoted in 3 spots. That's Yanimets, Rodionov, and Spike all through. Sending the 399 down into 11th place. Wow, wow, how quickly someone's race can turn around. Still time to go though. 5 minutes still on the clock. Never give up until the checkered flag falls. Oh, that's a move there on the inside of turn 5 for Sestikovs in the 357 kart. 4th. Now looking at podium contention. Artem Sestikovs, championship leader coming into this weekend, but not by very much. Oh, look how close. Battle for 4th is. The 3rd, I beg your pardon. Oh, it is 4th, excuse me. Sestikovs and Cheremita following those two swapping round earlier in the lap. LBX down another position to 12th now. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Romans Rodionovs at the moment, the 362 kart. So right the way down in 10th place. There it goes sometimes. One mistake and just propel you backwards at quite the rate of knots. Is grouped for 3rd. Now 3 cars, Steve. Yopri, Sestikovs and Cheremita. With Kirikovs not far behind. 3.5 minutes remain. Rodionovs has gotten ahead of Marta Spike for 9th position. There's a lot of pressure for the old Casper Yopri to be soaking up. Once they know, realistically speaking, the general accepted behaviours, there is always that one move that will catch you out when you've got crucial championship points on the line. Looks a bit deep there for Cheremita, but gets their foot in it. Stays glued to the back of Artem Sestikovs. Now has got 309 of Carlis Kirikovs joining this particular group. 4-way argument for 3rd place. Two minutes remain. Four-ish laps to go. And Bruno Pelle close in on Johannes Dominguez. Well, last few laps have been in the race leader's favour, not by much, but by enough to keep that gap just slowly edging further and further away from the 2 and 8. Final turns, and Bruno Pelle is actually in danger here of being caught by Joel Casper Yopri. This could actually become a 5-way battle for 2nd. That's the last thing Bruno Pelle needs, and that's a bit deep there for Sestikovs.
just manages to shut the door on Sharamita. Beg your pardon, it was Sharamita shutting the door on Karakovs, but Karakovs just needed another opportunity into turn 9. Gets the move done. Takes on the brakes through the hairpin right-hander, and that is Karakovs into 5th. Bruno Pell has been definitely caught now. 2 laps to go. Rodionovs is ahead of Yanimits as well in 8th place. Dominguez doesn't need to do anything different to what he has been doing all race long. Bruno Pella is now in the clutches of Casper Jopre. The timer has now elapsed. Final lap about to begin. Not far off the back is actually Sharamita of this group. Oh, and that's a move on the inside of 5. Sestakov on the operator, and here comes the 3 at 9 Kirikovs on Sestakov. They're still side by side coming up towards turn 9. And they remain where they are. Well, they remain where they were at the beginning of the lap. That's now allowed Rodionovs to close in on them. Oh, no, Sharamita, I beg your pardon, to close in on them. No, but that's very wide. Or Sestakov drops them down outside of the top 4. But the race win goes to the 305. It's Johannes Dominguez. 2nd, Bruno Perla. 3rd. What a lot of fighting, in fairness. Joel Casper Jopre, Martin Sestakov in 4th. I beg your pardon, it was Ilya Sharamita in 4th. Alex Kirikovs 5th. Artem Sestakov fell down to 6th with that mistake up into turn 9. Rodionovs up into 7th. Lise Holtermain in 8th. Eric Marcus Yanniats in 9th. Marta Spike in 10th. Andrei Lertniaks in 11th, Ricard Skykill in 12th, Kate Trebisera in 13th, Artur Karu in 14th, Oliver Koch 15th, Laszlo Serg in 16th, lost Ralph Stamers at the beginning of the race. Wow, superb stuff. All right, the big guns now, the DD2s, are up next. 3 races remain. It's now the DD2s that take to the field. For their 14-minute last one lap race, Martin Janowskis alongside Elmar's Nicholson's on row 1, Patrick Noyes Lockmelis Cruise Cup on row 2, Thomas Burstein and Kevin Sicardi on row 3, Roland Spruder and Ricard Vargas on row 4. Christian Zemis and Harold Scarakles on row 5, Pizzai and Ivazus on row 6, Ricard Count-CMs and Eurus Solitis on row 8, with Martin Sild of field. Alright, so our fastest cars of the weekend. Who is going to reign supreme? One way to find out. Well, a bit of a breakaway up front, as usual. Oops. I think that was exuberant weaving rather than a spin from Elmars Mikkelson's there. A bit of a gesticulation there from Andreas Oopkaup. Quite sure what he was gesticulating or to whom. One would assume it would be the marshals. What he was trying to indicate is a mystery. As the field now working their way through 13. They need to form, at the moment they're forming a single line. Get on with it. They have not got much space to form the 2x2 line. There they go, they've managed it. Fragmented a little bit. They have just about got enough time to get together, but will the starting marshal? No, he didn't. They fragmented towards the back. The thing you can't overtake. Shouldn't overtake. Another warm-up lap then. Our DD2s. Mikkelson's was overtaken there, but he is actually supposed to start on the front row. Ellis had actually passed him during the warm-up lap. In the correct position when they start. Marshall can still release them. Again, they're going single file through 14-15. Leaves them very little time to form the 2x2. They come to a stop, but they have formed up. And through onto the grid they come. Very, very, very slowly. Now starts to roll. Is the starting marshal going to start them? Yes, he does. And again, that is a change of second. Mikkelson's lost out to Patrick Noel's Lockmelis. And Lockmelis having to go for the lead up into turn 4. Done. Is enough. Yes, Lockmelis and Nicholson, your top 3. Now side by side, slightly further back. Quite see who was side by side. I think it was Oopkamp and Struder. But through up to turn 11 they come. Generally frantic action on the first few corners, and it'll be settling into their rhythms for the longest race of the day. Final turn. Lockmelis from Janowski. Burstein's Mikkelson's. Down into fourth now. Burstein's up into third. Spruder. Morales Garcaklis. 6. Slightly breaking away. Janowski some bursting. That gap looked a bit bigger in the previous camera shot. No gap there whatsoever. That group is about 8 carts deep. To the line they come. Our Cactus on the head of Truda. Quick race. High ahead of us. Now for 11. Janowski is really keeping the pressure very, very heavy on our race leader. He gap forming now in third. What there was in the previous lap. That's Bearsteins. Championship rival being racing the current race leader. Nicholson's the last spot. Screwed up. Oh, that's a move, is it, for Bearsteins on the inside line? Not quite. Fended off. That's turn 7. Turn 11 come our leaders. Bit of a gap there. It was about 8 tenths of a second back to Garcaklis, who's our leading master entry, who's got what must feel like the world of pressure on his shoulders. Top 3. Separated by less than half a second. Side, up ahead of Andres Upkalp, getting the 519 cart into the top 10. Through and then to now. Pecking order is broadly established, although Garcaklis would somewhat prefer a bit more breathing space. He's got Spruder, Nicholson, Jan Zemis, Zagardi, Hendrik Vargas right on his case. Orlov Menace has got a bit of a breakaway there from Janowskis. Gesticulation there. There's been a couple of them from Janowskis. Has the horses got a problem? Or is he frustrated with something? That's impossible to tell. Janowskis isn't happy about keeping pace, though. He's still keeping Bearsteins behind him. It's allowed about half a second to Patrick Noyes that's ahead of him. This does not need the advantage gift to him. To the line once more. 7 tenths now per second. Of group behind him. That now is led by Ronan Spruder. Very intense group. It's now a battle for 5th. Down to 9th. Five car group on the moment. Now, Garcaklis to straight 3, closing in on the top 3. We're putting away a little bit from the podium but he is maintaining that gap. Start behind him. Oh, that's impact! 471, that's new. Elmar Mikkelsen gets a big shove in the side. I think that was the 405 with Christian Demis. He falls through the field because Demis. And there it was indeed the 405. Christian Demis is out of the race. It was a bit of a moment in turn 5, whether that was a big move or a missed breaking point, I don't know. That's the end of the race. Putting
our top three getting into the 43s at the moment. It's still falling a little bit off the pace of Lochmelis. Still keeping Burstings at bay. Got Garcactus behind. Didn't. Lost a couple of tenths, but then he is in the two Masters category. Doesn't need to challenge those ahead of him. Oh, want to. Knows he doesn't need to do anything silly to close in on them. Not to gain him anything. Points are decided upon the championship in which you're competing. 10 up to 11 now. Janowskis must just feel like he's got the whole world on his shoulders. Relentless assault on our testings. Top three all representing MRG Racing. Right handles Garcactus. All the flights we have in the world as we're listening to him on stream at the moment. Still, Janowskis just cannot break free of Thomas Bersteins. Oh, ramming. Oh, Garcactus goes in, but equally, with three behind him, Ricardo Vargas and Devin Picardi are locked in their own three-way fight for fifth. Halfway now. Ed Parkins has gone inside the top five. Through now. 4-5-5 card getting inside the top five now. That particular trio. Duo right behind them. Freestyle and Andreas Gout. But it's a problem with the 4-2-2 guys. Not slowing enough this down. Was very slightly quicker than I think it was Lochmelis last time around. Faster enough, though, I dare say. That gap comes back out. 5 out of 10. Then it was frustration at mistakes being caused for Martin Janowskis that was causing him to gesticulate earlier. Testings in the fire tracks of the 4-2-2 carts. They won't be teammates, but they are still representing themselves. This taking command of the race. Wondering if Garcactus goes in. Oh, Zagatti has gotten ahead of Pruden out. Trouble 4 for the 6. Now he can chase off Ricardo Vargas. What can the Lithuanian driver do? Ruda. Hillsback. On that. APS trouble 4. A little bit. Now we've changed a little bit up top. This is a gap. That's been Janowski. Now it has. First he's made a mistake something. Suddenly he's 4 tenths back. If he has, he slows it back in again. He's not 4 tenths back. He's 4. He's 1.5 tenths behind. Never mind. I thought there was a gap between them. No, never mind. Still, keep each other's tyre tracks. Melis has nothing to worry about at the moment. very, very happy with their drivers, I'm sure. Well represented here in Madona. Still versus pressure on, trying to get this element with him. As yet, making the move, just quickly staying in tire tracks of his prey until the very last moment. 2 and a bit minutes to go. 4-ish laps, 5-ish laps, including the plus one. Oh, that got a bit close there. Again, they've been close all race long, all weekend long, really. Tillotson 11 once more. Bit of a nudge there from championship leader. Top 3 in the race are the top 3 championship contenders. Patrick Noel's Melis well. Putting pressure on the first team because that gap was not very big at all. And that's a move on the inside line, and that's impact. But somehow, Janowski's manages to keep all 4 wheels on the road, and Burstein's allowing him back through, realising that was his mistake. Good sportsmanship there between the 2 MRG drivers, and that's allowed Harold Garkaklis to close in on them. Garkaklis may not attempt to get involved in the podium duel. Still on course to win the DD2 Masters section of the race. One to 4 seconds now lead for Loch Melis. This will be interesting. Does Garkaklis try and challenge? He may not do. Podium's still a podium. Can't do anything silly because Rick Vargas is not that far behind him. Time is just going to elapse before Loch Melis crosses the line. So, final lap board now shown. Final lap for the DD2s. It's all or nothing, do or die. He's still climbing. Loch Melis has nothing to worry about up front. Bursteins want to get the move done. Janowski's fighting hard. Very close in the championship leading into this weekend, where Burstein's, Loch Melis and Janowski's. That's the other points fall to see who has led to championship. With the win, the top saber of the podium and the silverware goes to the number 418 MRT racing entry of Patrick Noel's Loch Melis. Martin Janowski's ends off all the advances to hang on to second. Thomas Bursteins in third. Harold Garkaklis wins the DD2 Masters contingent. He comes home in fourth. Ricardo Vargas fifth. Devon Sagardi in sixth. Ronan Spruder in seventh. Andreas Oakhout comes home in eighth. Friedstein ninth. Elmars Mikkelsons rounds out the top 10. Ivar Zeus 11th. Ricardo Kanciums in 12th. Juris Zolitis in 13th. Martin Sild in 14th. Lost Christian Zemis in the course of the race. Just two races left now. A couple of our smaller grids. Our final 14-minute race is coming right up with our amateur DD2s, our amateur DD2 Masters, and our DD2 Heavies.
Our penultimate race of the day is now leaving the holding area. 7 carts will take to the field for the amateur DD2s, DD2 heavies. So it is Rindo Kleiman that has the front row along with Rodrigo Frams. Edmund Sudefik will have the second row alongside Marcus Spickis. Steps Calixons and Demetrius Antonevics will have row 3, and Carlos Brickis, following a fairly disastrous pre-final, will start at the back of the field. 14 minutes plus 1 lap. And Lyman and Frams have run off into the distance. There's always someone. Along the second warm-up lap they come. Rodrigo Frams run off into the distance this time. They have more of a challenge. We will see. It's the 2x2 line this time being formed on the run from turn 11. Two DD2 heavy entrants, the 523 and the 505, starting in 4th and 6th respectively. We didn't see Marcus Spickis in the first race of the day in their second heat. A lot of smoke coming out of Marcus Spickis' car there. They do belch a fair amount of smoke whilst the engines are still cold. When they get into their stride, they do settle down. Rolling through onto the start finish line. Does the starter release them? No, he doesn't. The camera left. The even number side was not quite in the right position there. Slightly too far back for the starter to release them. And they go again. Position swapping going on there. In the right position when they form up, that's fine. Step number 2 for amateur DD2s. Get their final race of the day underway. Marcus Spickis and Rodrigo Frams. Rodrigo Frams, the amateur DD2 championship leader. Marcus Spickis, the DD2 heavy championship leader, coming into this weekend. See what they are capable of. Through the final turn once more. Very, very slowly. Just a little more like it. Does the flag drop? Yes, it does. This time, Frams cuts straight across and maintains the second position. Oh, I thought that was going to be a spin there. Brickis. Remain where they are. Lyman from Frams. Bad start for Kristaps Calixons. He's down to 5th. Look at this top 3. Really with a bit of breathing space. Edmonds and Sudefik. Do battle with the top 3, but he's bringing with him. I think it's Marcus Spickis that is rather well. In fact, the whole field haven't fragmented to any particular degree yet. All 7 carts still line astern. Lyman Frams very close together, just over 1.5 turns. 2 Brickis ahead of Antonevics. This will want to make up for heat from this morning.
Think about the pre-final familiar. Rams just staying very, very close to Kleiman. Four-way pack. Zephyr, Spickett, Calixtons and Brickis. This Antonevics has fallen a little bit off the back of that group. Brickis and Spickis has got round. Back up the board. That looked like it was a little bit deep there from Kleiman coming through turn 7, but just get away with it. Defix can only watch on. Does have a bit of space as 551. Not be interested in that at all. Rams very, very much behind him. Passes that speed belongs to Carlos Brickis, big place. $46.020 at the moment. Green is looking at the 4.55 of aforementioned Carlos Brickis. He is on the case of Edmonds Zefix. Pair continue along their merry way. 1.1 seconds over the line between them and the rest. 1.2 seconds now between Francis and Spickett. To keep pressure on. France in a fairly narrow championship lead over Kristaps Calixtons. They're down in 6th at the moment. So, now as Rodrigo Frams looked behind him, he had to make a correction there, and that's just cost him a couple of kart lengths off the back of Brando Kleiman. Oh, and that's a move! That's his Netflix on Spickis. No, bigger pardon, it's Brickis on his epic. That's 4. Kleiman still leads Frams. Now 0.6 of a second only between Frams and Spickis. Spickis 1.4 behind him. Zepix right into tire tracks. His tire track further. Probably memorize the entire colour layout of Rodrigo Fram's kart by memory by now, considering how close they've been all weekend. .1 between Spickers and Fram. Spickers still with the fastest lap at 45.134. Tailing two that yet to hit 45s. Simon, first place last time around at 45.813. Take advantage, but Ricketts and Spickets are close together, and not for the first time this season. Marcus Spickets, amateur leader in the DD2 heavy class. Carlos Brickis right behind him. Fourth in the amateur DD2 category. Missed the first couple of rounds with Brickis. Took the win at Baltic, and then in the finals in Baltic, and then took the win at Jelgava last time out. Wow. Lyman suddenly finds himself in third.
doesn't. He finds himself in second, beg your pardon. That's Franz ahead, and the back might go ahead of them. Oh, no, beg your pardon, he does find himself in third. Looks away just at the wrong moment there. It's all, pretty much all four of our top four, all changed position. Brickis has passed all of them. Brickis, Kleiman and Frams. Oh, with Brickis, thoroughly enjoyed that one. Brickis has got Kleiman all over his tail. Rodrigo Frams will not relish the fact that he's finding himself in fourth now. Get halfway on the timer. Now, Carlos Brickis is running up into the 44s now for the first 5-5 car. 44 and 994. Hopefully driver to get sub 45 in this race. Brickis will be feeling a lot of pressure. Really Vegan doesn't need to keep those two behind him, but again, a podium's a podium. And France continuing their duel, although he's now third place. Wow, Brickis is checked out up front. Look what might have been for Carlos Brickis. A few more rounds from him. Making a mark on the we won't make a mark on the championship as far as standings are concerned. Certainly for future championship season, will be a name to remember. Brickis from Spickis, from Kleiman, from Frams. He's got four, nearly 3 seconds separate Brickis from Spickis now. Well, Carlos Brickis is in a class of one at the moment. 12 minutes to go. Zifix watch is on. 2.1 seconds behind the group ahead of him. In there. A couple of tenths off the back of the pace from Rodrigo Frams. Oh, that's an opportunity, is it, for Kleiman? He's going to force himself to the outside line of turn 9, but he's wrong footing Marcus Spickis. So it's going to force Kleiman to the outside of turn 11. That's going to give the inside line to Frams. No, they remain where they are. Well driven from the three of them. They all remain in position they were. No impact between the three of them. Brilliantly driven straight away to the defensive posture. For Marcus Spickis. That's allowing Carlos Brickis to just disappear into the sunset. But superb battle. Oh, and that's a nudge from Kleiman at the back of Spickis. Coming through turn 7, the 422 car up into second place. And that's Spickis allowing Frams through. Well, again, bearing in mind that Spickis isn't in the same category as Kleiman and Frams are. So there's no need for Spickis to remain in second place as Kleiman nearly flies off the road. Very sporting there of Spickis, who had every right to stay in second place. In third place, he's just been demoted to. Championship-wise, does not benefit him. It'd actually be detrimental to Rodrigo Frams if he was then challenging a car not in his same class. Or thought Frams were going to have a go at Kleiman coming up in turn 11, but didn't go for it. His Epix is looming behind Spickis. Interesting. 551 car gets involved. Battle for second continues. So Kleiman, sole Lithuanian driver in this field.
Rodrigo Frams. It doesn't necessarily need to make the move, but you always want to. Oh, I wondered if he was going to go for a move on the inside of 12 there. And again, we could have potentially banzai the inside of 13, but chose not to. Still 2.5 minutes on the clock. Ooh, that is Frams getting a bit uncomfortable coming through that final turn. As mentioned, he can't control. Frams doing everything he can just to get Simon out of rhythm. Yet able to do so. He'll be too happy about the bump and run that I'm going to put on him. All the way. Main locked in their duel. 4 laps to go. Feel like an age to Endo Climate. Alex and his Effics have swapped round. I think Edmondson's Effics must have made a mistake somewhere. Yeah, he's lost 4 seconds on that lap. Oz staring at the back of these two. Battling for third. These 3, if you include Marcus Vickers in that. Lost 4 seconds at least on that last lap. And there was a mistake from Edmondson's Effics. Dropped him down to 6th. Less than a minute remain on the clock. 3 to go. Does Frams have anything left? Has he kept something in reserve to deploy against Rando Kleiman? Time will tell. Close. They've been locked in this duel one way or the other all weekend, and that's a move into the inside of turn 11. But Frams did not commit to it. Lose any momentum though. Ultimate lap. All the pressure on Kleiman's shoulders at the moment. What can he do? Can Kleiman hold on? 2 more laps. The timer has now expired. Now just this lap and the +1. Can Rodrigo Frams get deep and find something? Usurp the 422 car from second. Or as Rodrigo Frams just catches the apex of turn 11 a little bit hard. Still stays in the tyre tracks of Rando Kleiman. Final lap board being shown. It was shown to Frickes nearly 11 seconds ago. Superb effort there. Through 5, 6, and 7. It's been a favourite overtaking spot for quite a few. It's 7, doesn't go for it. Turn 9, another opportunity. No, too far back for Frams. Going to go for 11. Oh, he had the momentum, but chose not to go for it. It's Kleiman shut the door. And coming over the line to win by a commanding margin is the 455 of Carlos Frickes. Superb, absolutely flawless performance there from Frickes, and just fending off all the advantages of the world. Rando Kleiman from Rodrigo Frams, your podium 3. Marcus Frickes cases them home. 4th, Kristaps Kamniksons will come home. Position, Edmonds Effics will have 6th, and Dimitri Antonevics will finish 7th. One more race to go. It is the final race at 12 minutes this time, +1 lap for our Tillotson T4s. 8 carts will take to the final T4 race of the day. Elizabeth Saltz will have the front row with Davis Solmans, Daniel Pateras Berzins and Kirilis Dmitrievs on row 2, Rudolf Berzins and Base Rosberger on row 3, Edvards Jimenez and Ingus Just will round out 8 kart field. We'll see out racing here at the Madona circuit and see out the season. 12 minutes plus 1 lap then for the T4s. And again, Elizabeth Saltz is running off and very keen to get on with it. Can't blame her either. What our T4s are looking to provide us in the forms of entertainment, which today have been absolutely superb. Whole season indeed. Amazing championship. Ingus Just was a little bit off the back of the pack there. Oh, wow, they're forming up early. The exit of turn 7. The earlier they form, the longer they have to roll at reduced speed. Yeah, Ingus Just was for some reason a long way off the back of the field. Quite sure why. But now joins the field. 10-12 they come. Starts have been mainly first time. We haven't had stoppages. It has happened in in previous rounds where the start has had to be delayed, where cars are brought to a halt if the start is denied on the second time of asking. But over the line they come, and we are racing our Tillet T4s. Our Tillotson T4s are underway. Solmans has lost that second spot to Daniel Pateras Berzins. At the moment, that may not be too indicative. The top 5 very, very close together. A little bit of a gap between Rudolf Berzins and Dace Grossberger. Oh, that's a move for the lead. That is Daniel Pateras Berzins snatching away the lead from Elizabeth Saltz, who tries to get it back on the inside of turn 11. Can't get it done. Now being challenged by David Solmans for second. And she just manages to shut the door on the 949 cart. Through to complete the first lap in anger. So up from third is Daniel Pateras Berzins. Saltz down to second. Solmans down to third. Dmitrievs in fourth. Grossberger 5th, Rudolf Berzins 6th, Jimenez 7, Just in 8th. Top 4 now, all very close, tiny gap between Dmitrievs and Grossberger. No fragmenting of the top 4 yet. Good move, and Berzins opting not to let the lap count go, wanted to get the moves done early, then put himself in defense mode or try and break away. What he's able to do, it was Saltz that broke away in the pre-final. Top 4 very close. Oh, Saltz getting very close to the back of Berzins coming into turn 4. No move yet. Where they are at the moment, through turn 9. And 11. Well, Berzins hasn't been able to break away yet. Tiny gap forming between Solmans and Dmitrievs. 965 car. Still, well, no, he's still in the tyre tracks of the 949 of Davis Solmans.
Oh, there's an opportunity for Elizabeth Solz. She's having a look on the inside of turn 1. Gets the door slammed in her face by Daniels Pateras Berzines. Lead staying in the command of the 919 kart. Solz thought about that inside of turn 7. Not to go for it. Bit of a nudge from Solz to Berzines. Now Zollmans gives a bit of a nudge to the back of Solz. Same as they are though. No harm, no foul. It's still right there. Rosberger has definitely fallen off the back of the leading quartet. This is going to feel like a lot of pressure for Berzines. I think he was hoping to try and break away as Jimenez has gotten ahead of Rudolf Berzines. Through turn 7 come our lead quartet. Berger looks on about 1.5 seconds or so, 1.7 seconds behind Dmitriev's. Solz trying to keep pace with Daniels Pateras Berzines. Equally, 949 car of David Zollmans. Very, very large behind. Yeah, looming behind her. Oh, she thought about that inside maneuver into turn 1. Had the momentum, but not quite enough to draw alongside the 919. Another lap in the books. Gutierrez has fallen a bit off the back of what is now the lead trio. Berzines, Solz and Zollmans. It's been these three. It's been their story in the Tillet and T4 category this weekend. As their final is unfolding. Berzines can't break away. Solz yet to find a way past, and Zollmans looks on. Through the final turn, this is where Solz has been able to get momentum, but just nowhere to use it. Fastest lap at the moment is David Zollmans in third, 50.277. Oh, side by side between Solz and Zollmans. That's going to drop the both of them off the back of Daniels Berzines, and that's an inside maneuver for the 949, but can he hold it? Yes, he can. That is second for Paul Zollmans. I'm going to scratch his head through his helmet. It's not generally going to work for you. It's actually allowing Dmitrievs to stay in contention for the podium battle. That's given Daniels Pateras Berzines some breathing space. Fast as that now. Daniels Pateras Berzines are 50.275. Not wasting any time up front. By 0.02 of a second, claim the fastest lap from David Zollmans. Well, can Zollmans close that second gap back down? So we're over halfway in the timer. That is going to be the question, whilst keeping Elizabeth Solz behind him. Dmitrievs is fallen off the back of the duo for second. All the lap times were. Slight gain. 1.5 tenths gain there for Zollmans, and of course dragging Solz with him. Need to gain quicker than that if he wants to challenge for the lead again. In a rear wheel, cocking its leg. Solz staying so close in the tyre tracks of Zollmans.
See what the lap times are this time around. So Zolmans isn't defending particularly hard from Salts. I think he's concentrating more ahead of him. And that's a 2/10 of a second gain for Zolmans and Salts on Berzines. Manner of speaking, they're working together to try and close in on the 919. White being pushed a lot. Salts doesn't make the moves, then Zolmans doesn't need to defend against it. So it enables him to maintain the momentum. 10-12 they come. Gap could well have decreased again. There it has. It has indeed. Another 2/10 gain for Zolmans and Salts. The three-way fight for the lead is going to resume. Three minutes on the clock, and then it's plus one lap. I think he'll be willing that clock to vanish. He looks over his shoulder, he realizes that gap is just not there. He's going to have to defend quite hard now. Over the line. 2 minutes 40 to go. 4-ish laps, I think. And the top three now in each other's tyre tracks. Nothing separates them. Now the Zolmans and Such alliance will probably come to an end. It is going to be every driver for themselves. Assuming there was an alliance between the two of them in the first place. Daniels, Berzines. A lot of pressure on his shoulders now. For the last T4 win of the day. Seen some imaginative moves from various drivers over the course of the weekend. 2:10.7. Just 2.5 tenths separates the top three now. .50-second lap. Top three come through. We finish another one. Looks like it's going to be 3 laps to go. Maybe a little bit too long for Berzines' liking. Oh, Zolmans slightly deep coming through turn 1. Turn 2. Salt's not able to capitalise on that. You can see the defensive posture that Berzines is adopting coming through turn 7. Oh, he had to look over one way and over his shoulder in one direction, and Zolmans tried to get the momentum on the other. Salt's is trying to wrong foot Zolmans now. With the turn 11, and again, very defensive from Berzines. Again, he's having to park his car on every single apex. He'll just about beat the timer, so 2 to go. Oh, Zolmans looks one way and almost leaves the door open the other for Elizabeth Salts to dive through. Still, these 3 remain as they are. Oh, that's a good amount of momentum for Zolmans as he gets the inside of turn 7. And with an impact between the two, that's allowed Salts to slip through and retake the lead. The Zolmans went for the move, a tiny tap on Berzines. Zolmans goes up 1. Well, he doesn't actually move at all. Berzines down 2 and Salts up 2. Wow. Schultz was waiting for that opportunity, but now she's the one who's going to have to defend. They come over the line for the penultimate time. Final lap board. Schultz would very much have preferred that to have been the checkered flag, but either way, just 1 more kilometre to go. Where will Solomons try and make the move? That's going to be the golden question. Determined to. And 7 was where it didn't work too well for him before. Turn 9 is a popular one. Turn 11 is a popular one. Oh, that's Berthine's getting very close in the back of David Solomons. That could be the gap that Elizabeth Saltz needs. And that's an inside manoeuvre at turn 11 for Berthine's. And he's managed to wrestle second from Solomons in the dying stages of the race. And Solomons gets the inside of 13. No, not quite. It's coming through the final few turns. Your winner is 925 Elizabeth's Johan Saltz. David Solomons demoted to third on the final lap by Daniel Peteris-Berzins. Coming home fourth was Kirilis Dimitrievs. Jace Grossberger is going to be fifth. Edvards Jimenez sixth. Rudolf Berzin seventh, with Ingus Just rounding out the field. What a finish! What a superb finish from the Tillotson T4s. Elizabeth Saltz, I bet she's happy with that. Just right place, right time. Takes the win by a second in the end. Just 2:10 separates Berzins and Solomons. And that is going to round out the day's racing and the championship. What a championship it's been. Those track sides, the prize giving is about to give way. About to get underway, I beg your pardon. As for the racing, they will now come back to the paddock. That is going to be. So, as for me, my name's been Chris Buxton. It's been a great pleasure being your commentator throughout today's festivities. And I will see you very soon in a commentary box near you. Until next time, thank you very much, and goodbye.